All right, I tried to be on time with this one. I'm like a minute late. I got like the the links and stuff out already though. So now I shouldn't really have much else to do besides like actually start the stream. So, give me like 1 sec to grab my. All right, now we're pretty much good to go. So I'm gonna take down this stream starting soon. And man, it's been a long week. Um, Hopefully, to anybody that's tuning in, hopefully y'all are doing good. Today we are going to be doing the Starfire drawing. So I'm gonna go to my other drawing. I'm just gonna ramble for a little bit, wait for people to hop in before we get started. But uh okay, so last week I had like the Raven drawing and I had like the promo up for her. I took the Starfire one down because I'm not gonna need that for this one. And plus it was just awkward to have that reference. But here's the Robin one. This was the first one I did. And then here's the Cyborg one. This is the second one I did. And then here's the Raven one I did last week. The Raven one needs to be tightened up a little bit. I'll probably work on hers more like tomorrow or something like that. I think it looks good for the most part, but I just need to clean up some things. It was really bothering me last week, but I'll fix it up. But today we're going to be doing Starfire. So I'm going to go and let me make sure everything is right with the stream first. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna go file and then I'm gonna go new and then I'm gonna go with my trusty 1080 by 1350. And I say this every week, but when I'm doing character models, I go 1080 by 1350. And that's basically an 8 by 10 proportion. That's what I like to sketch at when I'm doing like full on character drawings. So I felt it fitting to do that whenever I'm doing these live streams. So, the second thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go file and hit my time lapse. I'm in what software is this? Clip Studio. I'm in Clip Studio Paint, and there's a time lapse option. And you always want to hit record time lapse on whatever software you're using, assuming it has the time lapses. You always want to start doing the time lapse before you even make a mark because it'll only record once you start the time lapse. So you could be in the middle of a drawing, and if you forget to turn the time lapse on, you're kind of screwed. It'll only track from that point. So you could have lost your entire sketching phase. You could have lost most of your drawing depending on what you're doing. So yeah, so be careful with that. I'm gonna hit okay. You couldn't really see it, and then I'm gonna just click save as just to go ahead and knock it out. And I'm gonna save this as Starfire drawing. Again, I know y'all can't really see any of what I'm doing right now because of how I got the screen oriented, but yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and let me grab some of my stuff right quick. My desk disorganized as usual. Okay, and if you're curious as to what I'm working with, I have a Wacom drawing tablet that I've been using for probably about 4 or 5 years now, actually. It served me really well. It's not the best piece of technology, especially after a while, but it gets the job done. So let's see. I'm gonna start off with the face as usual. The face, in my opinion, is like the most important part. You could see a lot of the character in the faces. Like all of these faces look completely different, and you could like tell a lot just by the expression, the different features on the face. And so I usually like to start with, and that kind of gives me a good little roadmap of how to like accentuate the face and how to make everything look better surrounding the face. So I think I done talked enough. I want to give her like this kind of acorn type shape for her. Oh, I already don't like how this head is coming out. I'm gonna just rock with it. It's the first layer. This is the very rough sketch. So yeah, I kind of want like an acorn type shape. I want her to be somewhat of a rounded character, a little bit triangular, and I feel like that'll kind of aid to like Starfire's kind of bubbly personality. I guess this would be a good part to drop a little bit of Starfire lore. So Starfire is obviously another one of the Teen Titans characters, and she is an alien. So a lot of the Teen Titans characters have some very like unique attributes about them. Obviously, they're superheroes, but Starfire is an alien, and I don't even know if she's necessarily even a part of the same galaxy. Like I know she's from what is it, Tamaran? She's Tamaranian, and I don't know where Tamaran is, but I know they like showed her. Maybe she was like visiting her planet. They had to get in like a starship or something like that to even go to her planet, and there's no telling how far away that was. But yeah, there's some cool stuff. Let me while I'm talking, I want to make her eyes a little bit ovular, but I also want them to like get somewhat sharp around those edges. I want her eyes to be kind of wide and cartoony, because again, this is a bubbly character. Let me see. And I want to kind of map out some lashes. I want our lashes to go like outward, and I'll probably explain why I'm doing that in a second. But she's got some prominent eyelashes in the show. They want her to look girly. And as opposed to Raven, Raven also can be pretty girly, but that's not Raven's whole thing. As opposed to Starfire, she is obviously the girliest one of the group, whereas Raven is kind of not to say Raven doesn't necessarily care about her appearance, because like I said, Raven can be pretty girly at times, but not like Starfire. And Starfire is not necessarily trying; it's just kind of her personality. But we kind of want to capture that in the drawing. So, and she's kind of got like these rounded eyebrows, these kind of short, rounded eyebrows, and that I want to keep that because if we go to like Cyborgs, he's kind of got these thicker eyebrows that I gave him. Robin has no eyebrows because his mask does all the expressions that he needs. Raven's got a bit thicker of eyebrows, but I think that's one of the things that makes Starfire stand out is like her eyebrows are different than anybody else's. It's not one of the main things that makes her stand out, obviously. You know, she's got long red hair, she's got green eyes, but I think that is something that does also help her look unique. She's kind of got this Dragon Ball esque nose. I don't know if I'll keep it like that. I probably won't, but I'll just leave it right there so I can map out the face. And so far, so good. It's already starting to look like Starfire, but in my style. And I didn't do too many like sketches for this because if you've ever seen my character Anaya, Starfire is very similar, or I should say, Anaya is very similar to Starfire in a lot of ways in terms of expressiveness, in terms of just how her face is kind of set up. So it's really kind of close to home with this one. They're both kind of girly characters. So I kind of have a little bit experience drawing a character similar to this. So whereas the other ones, I'm not good with drawing mechs and robots. So Cyborg was a challenge. I think Cyborg was arguably the most challenging. Raven wasn't that challenging, but I definitely made it a lot bigger of an issue than it actually was. With her hair, I kind of want to make it a little bit sharper. I want to make somewhat star shapes as much as I can because one thing that I love Starfire's design and I want to keep as much of it as possible. I went and took some creative liberties with Robin. I changed up the mask and the little emblem and even slightly changed the belt. With Raven, I slightly changed the color palette and I changed up the belt a little bit and even the eyes. I took a good bit of creative liberties with Raven. Cyborg, I mostly kept the same. I kind of changed up how the actual mechanics of it look, I guess, and somewhat of his proportions. But Starfire, I kind of just want to draw Starfire as she is with a little bit of my style thrown in there. But one thing that I do think is a missed opportunity with a lot of Starfire's designs, whether it be like the early comics or the 2003 version or Teen Titans Go. They never really put a star anywhere, like no star shapes or anything like that. So I'm gonna try to implement some star shapes as best as I can. I mean, her name's Starfire, I feel like that just fits, you know. But let's continue. I feel like her head is like maybe her chin should be a little bit sharper, face should be a little bit longer. But it definitely does have a roundness to it, and I do like that. So, and I'm probably not gonna draw the mouth right now, but let's give her a little grin. I think that'll help me get through this live stream. Look how happy she looks. Let's flip it around. And it looks for the most part symmetrical. That eye's a little bit different, but I could always copy and paste the eye. I try to avoid the symmetry brush unless I'm doing things like say manufactured materials. So for somebody like even with Raven, I switched it up a bit. But say Cyborg is a perfect example. I use the symmetry brush a lot on Cyborg because he's robotic. So if I made him like slightly different, then it would take away from the feel that he's robotic. Whereas somebody like Robin, his I so I'm trying to figure out how I want to say this. If you look at the face for Robin, right? His face is not it's symmetrical in a sense. Yes, I tried to draw it as symmetrical as possible, but I didn't use like a symmetry brush. So you could see like when I flip it, it's a different shape. Whereas if I go to Cyborg, it's literally it holds the exact same shape no matter how I flip it. It's just that the robotic side jumps, but the actual shape, like the actual shape of the head, it's exactly the same. It's completely symmetrical. Ravens is also not symmetrical, so it's slightly different how like the ear shape, how the chin goes down. Oh geez, this ain't working. Yeah, it kind of also I don't even know if it's centered in the page correctly, but so all that to say, I try not to use too much of the symmetry brush because as humans we are and just creatures in general are not completely symmetrical. There's a symmetry to them. Your body is trying to basically copy and paste itself from the left side to the right. It kind of it's weird like that. But I want to keep that, and it makes it look a little bit more organic. Those kind of uh what inconsistencies, I guess. Yeah, I done rambled, and that's pretty much that's pretty much the head. Hopefully, I get more people on this. I uploaded the the time lapse for Robin on YouTube and TikTok. It's got over 1,000 views on YouTube as it stands, and it's got close to 1,000 on TikTok. It's got like over 900 views on TikTok. So I got a few comments too. It, usually a lot of people probably like maybe leave a like or you know if that, but that was pleasant. So we're gonna try to get to the body now. And one thing that's gonna give me issues, sorry about the noise, I'm moving stuff around. My desk is only so big. But one thing that's gonna give me problems is that Starfire is a girl, and despite me drawing, like I said, I have a female character, Anaya. Despite me drawing her a ton of times and her being similar to Starfire, when I'm drawing a actual character model with like proportions and things like that, it's kind of hard to draw the female body. Like the head, it doesn't matter whether it's male or female. I could draw the head. I could draw some legs. I think Raven's legs. I mean, I gotta kind of clean up this little area, but I think Raven's legs came out pretty nice. Robin's legs came out pretty nice. Even Cyborg's legs came out pretty nice. I could do that, and I can do the arms. I think Raven's arms are nice. Robin's arms are nice for the most part. Cyborgs are nice, but when it comes to the body, Raven's body gave me so much trouble, and I think it looks good. I still got to fix a couple things, but it wasn't as easy as like Robin's. Like Robin's is more of like a box shape, but it looks fine because he's a dude. Cyborg's kind of has a slight hourglass. He's kind of top heavy. Looks fine. He's a man. He's a robot and mech. He's a bigger dude. It fits. There was so much like juggling that I had to do with Raven, and it's just like, oh my gosh, dude, it was really bothering me, and that's kind of scaring me with Starfire. So I'm gonna try my best to get her proportions right with the body. One advantage that Starfire has over Raven in terms of me being able to draw them though is Starfire is consistent in terms of say weight across the board. I wanted Raven to have like slightly thicker arms than legs, because I wanted her to be skinny in some aspects, but also have some decent weight in other aspects. But for Starfire, I can make her kind of consistently have like some decent weight across the board, and that'll help her to look different than Raven. I've said a whole lot without drawing anything, but yeah, I'm gonna be starting the body now. And with the body, I also want to try to make like a star shape for at least the chest, right? So if I start this off like right here, you'll see what I mean in a second. And say I come out across like right here-ish. That's another thing. I'm so bad with proportions. I feel like it'll be fine. Um, yeah, and say the neck comes down like there. It's very crude for right now, but bear with me. And then if I bring it up to like right here and like right here, this is very funny looking. If somebody pops in and sees what I'm doing, they'll be like, "What the heck?" But I love the idea of like me drawing out of context because what is this? What is this? If I jumped into this stream right now, I'd be dying. Let me see. I'm trying to like check on my Twitch stuff. But yeah, so I know that looks goofy, but if you ever seen somebody do a drawing and they start off with like a shape and then they make another drawing around it, that's kind of what this is. So I wanted to have that star shape, but I want to turn it into an actual functioning body. So she's kind of got like these little pads almost, like maybe some armor. She does kind of have armor on her actual body. So I kind of want to keep that. And then right here is kind of where the kind of chest boob area is. So I got to keep that in mind. And then from there, how do I want to? I know this looks weird. Let me see how I want to handle this. Actually, if I, because if I make the kind of boobs down here, they be a little low. Mm, I'll just kind of work around it for right now. And so this doesn't look weird, let me go ahead and throw in some arms. Let me start a new layer and say the arms come out like right about here-ish. And you can kind of see what I'm getting at right here. And right here, I'll kind of make a little under boob or something like that, and then maybe bring the body in a little bit. Again, I'm not the best with drawing female anatomy, so bear with me. Let me go ahead and merge these layers because I did way too much just then. Matter of fact, why is my brush so so thick? Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna bring these arms down. I don't want her arms to be too big. I think these are like starting off to be like a perfect length. I want her to be kind of lanky, but not too skinny. Probably have like a similar arm length to Robin because Robin is short. Robin is a short king. Starfire is one of the tallest in the group. I think Cyborg is taller than Starfire. So, but if not, then Starfire is the tallest of the group. But I think Cyborg is taller than Starfire. All right, and then her body kind of like hourglasses, so we'll kind of slightly invert that kind of star shape. We don't man we don't want to give her too big of hips. I think Raven's hips should be a little bit bigger, which I did kind of botch her hips now that I'm looking at it. I'm gonna have to clean Raven up. I hate it here. But let's see. Again, I'm not the best at drawing female anatomy, but let's just round off the hips like right here. And then how do I want to do this? This looks weird, dude. I hate how I do this, dude. It's hard out here. It's so hard. Let's see. And then we're gonna put this kind of centerpiece right here where the belt's gonna be. And once I redraw this, I'll break these up into different parts. But yeah, Starfire's belt kind of goes downward and like wraps around her waist. Whereas somebody like Ravens is kind of straight. I wrapped it around her body because I thought it'd be a little bit more interesting. But and then with Robin's, his is straight. His is just straight. And I think all of them having different type of belts like that kind of set them apart from one another. I don't like how I did her hips. Oh my gosh, I hate it. Let me see if I can like. I think if I just push it up a little bit, that it work wonders. Yeah, I think that's a height. I think I gotta bring in. I think I made like the boobs too low. I think that's what I did. So if I like stop it right here and then maybe bring that in a little bit. This first sketch sucks. I hate it here. um, but let's say this is where like the pelvic region is right here, and then we're gonna draw some. Let me shrink. Let me put this all into one folder, and then I'm gonna shrink it. Control T, and then we're gonna shrink that a little bit. And she's already looking kind of tall. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so how do I want to handle this? Let me shrink her a little bit more. We could always bring the size back up. I'm gonna make it really small so I can map out how the legs are gonna be. So let's go with let me hit P again and start a new layer for these legs. I'm gonna just bring them kind of straight downward. And I think she might be well, no, that might be a decent size. We gotta see. But let's say I have like one leg coming down like right here. And again, we don't need her legs being like big. We kind of want them somewhat skinny. She's kind of a lankier girl. Oh, this sucks. This is hard, dude. My proportions, I feel like just suck, dude. But yeah, let's make the legs or just sketch out the legs, and then bring out the kind of heels right here. I don't want her to have like ginormous feet, but I want her feet to kind of come out so we can like highlight the shoes. Are her shoes one piece? You think I did enough sketches to know how her shoes look? I really didn't, but um, and then we're gonna make like this it's kind of like a I want to say a dress so bad, like kind of skirt right here. That looks way too. Oh yeah, let's put it like right there. And this kind of does make like a star shape. So far it's interesting. Um, and Starfire has like these little bands and bracelets and things like that on her like along her arms. So I'm gonna bring her arm down and then just kind of make these little hands. I'm not gonna draw a full hand. I'll probably just keep it like that. I did Raven's hands because her like part of her fit kind of goes over her thumbs. I could do that. I probably should do that for Starfire. You know what? It's just for consistency's sake, I'll do it. I mean, I it wouldn't be consistent with the other Titans, but between the girls, I guess that'll be fine. Plus, there's like an animation I want to do later on, that kind of has like their hands moving. So I think her having thumbs will help. But Starfire's kind of got like this one band along her upper arm, and then like these kind of gauntlet type things on her other arms. And I think let me try something. I hmm, I think I want to have one actually be a gauntlet and one be more like a glove. And I'll explain why in a second. I want to see how it looks. So let me just erase that and then say hit P and then just have like this one be a glove and this one be a gauntlet. And the reason I wanted to try that is because there's some asymmetry here. And like I feel like it'd be balanced more if I did it like this. I kind of let me put it back right quick. I f- mm, mm. I like both. I don't know which one I like more though. I feel like it's weird for her not to have it in one. You know what? What I can do, because I think I should leave it like that. I could also give her something on like maybe one of her legs. Uh, like maybe what if because she's got like these little stockings, right? What if one was like longer than the other? Or maybe if one went all the way up. Nah, I don't know that that would help. Like I said, I don't want to change um Starfire's design too much, but I do feel like having it longer on one side, or better yet. This might not be better yet, but this is a nice looking drawing. Give me a sec. Yeah, so if I did like this kind of armor and had it to like one side, let me hit P. Hey, that's kind of tough though. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Let me control Z, right? And I'm gonna control C, and then I'm gonna go back to what I had, hit control V. And then I'm gonna turn this off just so but I kind of like that. So now it's like it holds some weight across the body. So it's like she's got one shoulder out, and then the other is kind of uh like covered. I don't know. I like that. I think I should push this up a little bit higher now since that shoulder's kind of out and naked. But I think that's a good first sketch. I think there are certain things I do like about this. This looks a lot. This this is a good Starfire. I think I think it's a very good Starfire. So um yeah, live stream over. No, no kidding. But for let me see, what was that? Not even 30 minutes. That's pretty good, especially with all the yapping I've been doing. Whoops. Let me. Okay, so I'm gonna hit Control S. Make sure you save when you do stuff like this, especially when you have the time lapse on, because it could take a lot of space. Especially if you're more in depth than I am, and you constantly make a lot of marks and things like that. Because my streams only take about a good 6 hours on average, I'd say. So for some people, will probably take a lot longer than that. And if you don't save, anything can happen for one. Your computer can crash and um, stuff like that. But you yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a lot of memory that it's kind of eating up. So you want to be sure that you save constantly because the thing if it crashes, especially if you're like my software kind of has backup with it. So if it doesn't save, I can come back and it'll probably automatically save it somewhere in like a cloud. But you might not always have that cloud, you might not always have that storage, and you might not have that software. So something to be careful about. One other thing, Starfire's hair is kind of long. It's very long actually. So I kind of want to, because this is meant for animation, I'm definitely gonna have to animate her hair. How do I want to do this? Okay, so I kind of want to make like this kind of drooping, almost somewhat hourglass for like the hair, and then just bring it down to maybe around her back. That's where her hair stops. Where am I putting my phone? Oh, here we go. Um, let's see. Give me 1 second. Um, I forgot what I was doing that quick. Oh, the hair. Yeah, I'm looking up a reference for the hair. So give me a sec. Also, it's interesting to see all the different iterations of Starfire because most of them are just very like they're sexy. They're like very sexualized. So, um, bro, these bots are crazy. But yeah, they're very like different across the board. But she shows off like a lot of like skin in the other ones, especially her original design. It's like it's crazy. Let me see. So I'm looking up a reference for her hair. And it's, it's weird. The range on it is crazy because in like the 2003 version, it goes to like kind of like her back, her lower back to how I have it right here. In the Teen Titans Go, it's kind of almost a full body, and in a lot of her other iterations, it's kind of full body. It kind of tapers in some of them to like lower. I think I'll keep the kind of original 2003 version, but like I could do so much in terms of animation if it's like let's see something right quick. If I were to just humor myself and just say it like extends to like right there-ish, I think that's doing a bit too much. I don't want to deviate from the 2003 version too much either. I think it looks very true to the 2003 version, with the exception of the kind of missing shoulder blade. But I said shoulder blade, but like now that I look at it, that's not really what it is. But I kind of like that it's a shoulder blade, and then it looks like some armor. Let me see. And then if I like, yeah. Let's roll with that right quick. I like that. Trying to look up some other references because sometimes it goes over her shoulders and sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, I think we have a decent first sketch. I think for the most part we've got how she's gonna look. So now I'm gonna lower the opacity to this. Click Control S to save, and then I'm just gonna trace over it. I know a lot of people are afraid to trace, but one, if it's your own work, it's your own work. Trace. You kind of have to for a lot of like art, even traditional art, especially traditional art. You're gonna need to trace over certain things to get a picture to how you want it. But yeah, I like how I did this eye on the left. It's really round, really got a nice little shape to it. So I'm gonna, repeat this. Then I'm just gonna and the reason I have her eyelashes kind of pointing like straight to the left and to the right is because I want to keep that, like I said, that kind of star shape. So the hair will kind of go up like right here, and then these will kind of point to the left, and then I guess her mouth can kind of be like the fit, or even her nose kind of finish off that star shape. So that's kind of what I'm going for on that. But mm, sorry, let me hit Control J because I'm gonna end up copying this eye. I'll merge the layers, but I'm gonna copy them later if that makes sense. So transform. That's not transform. Where's my transform tool? Oh, edit, transform, flip horizontal. And no matter the software you're using, transform should always be under edit. Let me move this over to the left a little bit. Yeah, yeah, right about there. Another thing that I like about like using this and kind of avoiding the symmetry tool is that when you have complete symmetry on a character, it kind of makes it hard to know where the face is supposed to stop. Because a lot of the time, the eyes will either be too close together or they'll be too far apart, and that's why it's like whenever you see a picture of a person and the eyes are or they just look off, if it's like the symmetry is flipped, if they're not a specific length apart, it'll look awkward. And some of that is just due to the placement of like the symmetry because again, people aren't completely symmetrical, so it'll look weird at a certain distance, and that's why some of them look off, I feel like. But even without that, it just looks off-putting because again, nobody is that perfectly symmetrical. That's not how the human body is made up of like trillions of cells, if I'm not mistaken. So for each cell to be completely symmetrical like that just wouldn't work across the board. Even not even on a cellular level, but even just on that level of tissue, that skin tissue just wouldn't work like that. So let's see. I got the eyes mapped out. And now I'm gonna draw the head again. And I'm trying to put all of these into like separate layers. Matter of fact, let me map these out because I'm going to have to separate these so that I can make them for animation. So the head's going to be a different thing. The hair is going to be a different thing. All of that. Okay. Now let me actually flip this, right? So, because even though I don't like to use the symmetry brush in a lot of cases, keep saying symmetry brush, but it's a symmetry ruler. The reason I don't like to use that a lot of the time is, to make it appear more organic. However, the disadvantage of that is that it's harder for me to make it look symmetrical, obviously. So it's a fine line. Like I want it to be as symmetrical as possible, but I don't want it to be 100% symmetrical. So what I do a lot of the time is I'll flip it so that I can see what it looks like on the left side and the right side. Because your brain will kind of be a little bit biased a lot of the time. It'll tell you one thing looks right, and then you flip it, and then it's like, nah, fam, that don't look right. So let's see. And I think I'm gonna keep the ears as a part of the head. I always do that for these Titans. I might make the rig more complex um after the Teen Titans, but I want the Teen Titans to kind of have some form of cohesion between the models. I don't want anyone to be too more in depth than the other. Did I draw the head with? Oh my gosh, why did I do that? Uh, I mean, okay, I made a whole separate layer for this, and I still botched that. But it's the sketch layer, so it doesn't matter as much. But that's still a pain. All right, so now I guess I'll do the. Do I really even need to redraw the eyebrows? Why not? Let me um let me just redraw the eyebrow. Matter of fact, for this, I'm also just gonna Control J and flip it. And I don't have to do this, but there's a saying they gave me in basketball, right? The harder you work at practices, the better you're gonna be at in the actual game. So the better the sketch looks, the better the final product, I'd say. I keep getting like my nose kind of congested every time I do one of these. It really sucks. But um they're a little off in terms of like symmetry. Again, I don't need them to be perfect. Honestly, I might leave it like that because that actually kind of works. I'm gonna merge these layers. Okay. I'm really liking how the face is coming out so far. Let's see. And then I need to do the nose. I really have to like commit to this nose. And I think let me look at this before I commit. Cyborg's nose looks unique. Raven's nose is pointing straight downward. So is Robin's. Should I give all the Titans the same nose? like, I, you know, let me see how that kind of downward nose would work for her. It really does work. I think what I'll do is just kind of, mm, I'm trying to really rationalize and I'm putting way too much thought into the nose. Because I feel like now that I done such like similar noses with her and Robin, I feel like Cyborg is different. Let's be real. Cyborg is black, so his nose is gonna be different. It doesn't have to be, but he looks more convincing if his nose is a little bit wider. But and Starfire is an alien, but I do like her. You know what? I like her nose better, kind of like this. So I'm gonna commit to it. The only reason that was keeping me from doing that for real, was for the fact that one the other Titans were a little bit different, and I wanted to have that like I said that kind of star shape where like the hair and then the eyes you know kind of makes like a star kind of shape if you can tell, but The mouth can pretty much do the same thing, and it's really not that serious. I'm trying to give as much intention behind this as possible. I think that makes the piece more interesting and gives it a lot more layers, but maybe that's just me being pretentious. I'm gonna control E and merge these. And then I'm gonna go with the hair. So I'm gonna put this in a different layer. Um, and this again does not have to be symmetrical. It's hair. It's I for something like this, I would highly recommend you don't make it symmetrical. Even for like Raven, I could have made her hair like come around. You see how like it's not symmetrical? I feel like that makes it more interesting. Now the eyes pretty much are symmetrical, and I kind of have mixed feelings about that. But there are some nice looking eyes. Like just look at them. Just look at these eyes. But yeah, yeah, we're gonna and you see how like different their eyes look too. So here's ravens. They're kind of like low, and they got like the lashes are kind of thick in some areas. She's got a very nonchalant look, and then Starfire's got like this kind of bubbly, bright eye kind of look to her. So that alone makes them look different. I try my best to keep from having that kind of like same face syndrome that a lot of artists have. And that's one good thing of doing these live streams. They kind of make me better at doing character drawings and just knowing how to make characters look different because as similar as all of these characters look, I ain't gonna keep going back and forth between the characters, but as similar as these characters look to each other and they look like they could be from like made by the same artist, they also look very different from one another. Like here's Cyborg and here's Robin. They look completely different. Here's Raven. Oh, geez. Here's Raven, and she looks similar to the other two, but she's also just stylistically a bit different. So I think that so far I've captured that well enough, at least. Would this go by faster if I had this on a symmetry ruler? Yes, but faster isn't always better. So I'm going to separate the front part of the hair from the back of the hair, which is what I've done with Raven. Oh geez. If you see Raven's hair, this whole brighter section is different from this back section, and that'll help me to animate it. I'm gonna have to that's gonna be interesting to animate. But yeah. Let's see, what else am I doing? And what I'm gonna do basically uh let me see if I could show y'all what I mean by this. If I selected the back of the hair, right? Just go around and I hit delete. This will basically be the front part of the hair. Let me right. This will basically be her hair. There will be no back of it. This will literally just be her hair. And that'll be what's animated. And then I'm gonna draw a portion behind it that'll also be animated. Because if I drew it all as one thing, it would because okay, for Robin, for instance, his hair is all one solid piece. So I can animate the ends, but like if I animate these tips, it'll get a little bit wonky because it's all gonna move, so it's really weird. And there's no behind the head, so it's not like a smooth transition. I don't feel like showing it, but I hopefully that makes sense. And I should have did that for Robin, but I didn't want to get too complicated. But now I kind of regret. I can always go back and fix it, but it's not that deep. Let me see. So now that I've done that, hit Control D. And while I'm talking, let me go ahead and do the back of the hair. So this shouldn't be too complicated. I'm just gonna go behind the body and kind of make should I make the hair kind of curly? Because some of her other iterations are pretty curly. Let's just like round it out. I kind of like that actually. And maybe if it just kind of curled a little bit at the bottom. Let's try to work with that actually. And you're not gonna see it too much. Matter of fact, let's have it like go inward and then just pop out a little bit. I'm not sure how I want to even implement that. I know how to draw curls. Okay, that's starting to look like something. I kind of like that. I kind of like that it's not completely just straight. I think it should be brought out a little bit more. Something like that. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. So let's redraw it one time. Let me turn down the brightness of this. And then I think that'll be what we go with like the hair. Cause I do like it's like a bit more almost like she brushed it or something like that. I like that. Let's do the hair one more time. So have it like go in and then pop out a little bit. Almost giving like Disney princess vibes. Okay, I don't know if that one should pop out like right there. Let's yeah. And then let's do this. Yeah. I kind of like that. I feel like maybe it should go a little bit further down, but I think that's nice. Especially like if I animate or when I animate it later. It kind of cuts off similar to her original or not original, but her 2003 Teen Titans design, but it also like kind of comes down like the other ones do. Let me see one thing before I continue on with this hair. If I like bring it down a little bit longer, I kind of like that. But I kind of like that too. I think for my version, I think I want to leave it like this. So Control D, and that's let me just kind of come up behind the head one more time, hit P, and then just kind of round off that top, bring it in, kind of like a almost bell or bucket type shape. And I think that's good for her hair. So now I'm gonna do let me because this is pretty much all the head. Let me put these into one folder and I'll call it head. I'm gonna turn off my mic right quick because I need to like basically spit into this trash can because I got a bunch of like mucus collected up in my nose. So give me a second. So, ooh, yeah, I basically got the head done. I got something in my throat now. Okay, let's see. How do I want to handle this? So we're gonna go ahead and start the body. I'm gonna try to my best to at least pretend that I know how to draw a female physique. So we're gonna we got to do the neck first. Um, and this might be a little bit difficult just because her neck is connected to like this metal plating, which I could not have it like that. In fact, I think I will do that. I think And it'll fit the rest of the Titans too, because okay, he doesn't have like his. Let me see. I really need to fix up Raven, but what am I doing here? Yeah, kind of how like Robin's is kind of like cut off right there. If if I have like her, screw it, I'll just go for it. I'll explain while I'm doing it. But let's do the neck. We'll have it in like this triangular shape. Let's bring it down a little bit. We don't want to be like too thick or anything like that. It's better if it's a little bit thinner. Again, we want Starfire to have a little bit of weight on her. We don't want she's kind of lanky, but we don't want her too skinny. Just a normal kind of. It's really weird when I talk about body shapes because I know everybody has different body shapes, and I don't want anybody to feel abnormal when I talk about these things because everybody's body is unique. I'm not trying to say anybody's body is necessarily better than the others, but let me see. Let's have it in like right there. And let's just say this is the neck. We'll put that in a new folder and we'll label that neck. And we'll fix that up as we go along. But here's the fun part. So the metal kind of plating, and again, I w- I love Starfire's original design, but I do want to take my own kind of creative liberties to this. So let's say the skin comes out to like right here-ish. See, this would be killing me because I be trying to draw like shoulders and stuff like that, and then it just looks completely off. Oh my gosh, what am I doing with my life? Um, and then this will be like the shoulder blade, not shoulder blade, but the metal plating for like the like, shoulder pad basically. And I kind of want this to come like right here. Boobs will kind of end like right here, I'd assume maybe. Oh my gosh. I love that I am a man, and that makes it a lot easier for me to draw the male physique. But I wish I could say the same about drawing the female physique because I like if I could just like turn into a female for like 5 minutes. No perviness, just like just so I could figure out how the freak this body is set up. That would be fantastic. Because a lot of the time, if I'm drawing a man, I can literally just look in the mirror. It's as simple as that. And I have a like decent physique too. I'm pretty lean. So a lot of the time I can just like, oh well, how does this muscle work? Oh, let me look in the mirror. It's as simple as that. I would also recommend and advise anybody who is an artist to, get in shape because you can be your own kind of reference. Um it's a lot harder to draw somebody when the average person is a bit leaner and you kind of have to it because even me as a man when I a lot of the time I'll be drawing women and I'll try to like reference my own body and there's a lot of like changes that I have to do because I'm broader and more muscly than the average woman. So it's stuff you got to keep in mind. So if you are at a lean weight, not to say that everybody is at that weight, but it's a lot easier to reference the human physique when you are a bit leaner, and then you could also see your muscles easier if that makes sense. And there's other reasons to, get in shape and stuff like that, health and everything. But that's one thing that I've like when I've been at different sizes, definitely like the leaner and more muscly I've been. the easier it is to like reference characters, because especially when you draw a lot of superheroes and stuff like that. So right here, instead of that circular kind of shape, I think I do want to actually draw a star. So I know this is a very crude star, but I think that'll fit. It kind of is kind of giving Sailor Moon. It's really kind of giving Sailor Moon, but for some reason, I think this is actually working. So there's the basic kind of rough sketch of the body. It's gonna be weird when I implement the arm because I feel like I'm not that good at what I let me not say that. Oh, I was definitely gonna say I'm not that good at what I do, but I'm better than I'm giving myself credit for. Let me hit E. Okay, so and then where do we want this body to end? Let me lower the opacity of the hair right quick. How do I want to do this? Okay, let's look at something right quick. So for Robin, I want to say the body goes up to like right here-ish. I don't think I included the the belt with the rest of the. How did I do this actually? If I were to guess, I want to say the belt, excuse me, is an entirely different thing from the body. So I think the body should. Her belt is a little bit different though, because it's right there at her hips. Also, that's another thing. I'm drawing it as if her body is one solid piece, whereas it should really stop at the hips. So I think I know what I'm gonna do. First off, let me flip it right quick. Well, this looks off. um, you see how I want to do this? I'm going to basically in the body, like right here, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna like kind of draw a circle right here. I'm gonna lower the opacity and just kind of briefly go back over this one more time because it does look a little bit off in terms of symmetry. I'm just kind of gonna pinch the body in a little bit. Do the boobs one more time, that kind of under boob right here. And then kind of redo that chest plate a bit, make it kind of even. And then just kind of taper that metal plating right there. Yeah. And then I want to kind of make a slight silhouette right there to see where like the shoulder would be at if I gave her a shoulder right there. So I think that's nice. Let me go back in and kind of bring that down a bit. In fact, I could probably just leave it like a little bit thinner. It doesn't have to come out really because it's gonna be right there under the belt. So uh give me a sec. Really just trying to figure out a few things. Let me while I'm here, let me go ahead and redo that star a little bit. I want it to be a bit rounded. I don't want it to be too crude. I could bring it up a little bit later if I so desire. And one thing I gotta keep in mind when I'm doing this is that this doesn't have to be completed tonight. Like I said, um, I gotta finish up Raven anyway, so I could really finish up Starfire next week if I need to. But yeah, yeah. See how I want to do the rest of this. So I'm gonna lower the opacity to both of these. Bring it up just a little bit. Because I do need to kind of see how I wanna I don't even know how to explain, but you'll see as I go along. So let me see, I still got it flipped. So this is pretty much the whole body right here. Which now that I mention it, let me go ahead and put this in a separate folder. I'll label it torso. Okay. So now we got the torso. I'm gonna do like the kind of because I'm trying to think. Because I could do the legs or I could do the dress. I think I should do the legs first, actually, because then I can accommodate for them and put the dress around and then just bring the whole thing to get. Because I was finna say, I'm trying to think of how it would look without the kind of skirt, but I shouldn't ever really need it without the skirt. But I should draw it as if. Okay, I got it. Let me bring in the kind of the pelvic area right quick because in the off chance that I do like alternate skins for these characters or something like that, I do want at least the flexibility to see. I don't even know how I do that though. I might just say screw it and not do it and just worry about it later. Ooh, let me just work on the leg for right now, and then that'll make it easier. So I'm gonna start with the legs, and I honestly don't even know how I want to like draw her legs. I mean, they're decent how I have them so far, but we go with a size 8 brush, and then we're just gonna round out these thighs. Bring them in a little bit. I would say she's an alien, and maybe she has like a different anatomy. So I could probably get away with like maybe if I mess up the legs or something like that, but I don't think that would fly. I don't think she's that different from a normal human to warrant that. Like for somebody like Cyborg, he's robotic. So even though he is 100% human, he's also mechanically enhanced. So I can make his proportions look different, and then I could be like, well, he's a robot. But Starfire is a little bit different because she's otherwise human. I know she's an alien and probably has different DNA. She literally has green eyeballs, but you know that's a little bit different than being biomechanical. I heard somebody say the word biomechanical recently. That's probably why I thought of it. Expand your vocabulary, folks. When in the world you need to use the word biomechanical is beyond me, but you might need to use it one day to flex on somebody. But and I think that's a decent looking leg. I'm trying to think of like proportionate to the rest of the body how that looks. I feel like it could be a little bit longer. Uh, uh I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. Let me flip that right quick. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. If you watch my streams, there's no way you can't remember me saying edit, transform, flip horizontal. It's like Catchphrase. That's the signature move right there. um, I I let's do some comparison, right? So here's Starfire. Here's Cyborg. You know, his legs aren't the longest. Let's compare it to Raven. I think that's a much better example. So that's decent. That's decent. That's Robin decent. I've something about her leg. Maybe okay. Let me stretch this one. You know what? No, 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 let me not do that. Let me actually do the skirt right quick. And then I think that'll bring it all together. Sometimes you got to work, no, a lot of the time you got to work holistically so you can kind of see the bigger picture before, like, because if you work too much in one spot, then you're gonna really render too much of one area and then not get anything done in the other areas, and that could really mess up your drawing. So, how do I want to do this? Okay, my bad. Let me name this folder leg, and let me hit Control S because I feel like I hadn't saved in a minute. I can hear my freaking laptop wheezing too. It's like just blowing air clean out that fan. But okay, so we're getting somewhere. And while I'm at it, let me go ahead and no, let me not do that. Let me control. I'm gonna select all the folders, hit Control T, and then just resize everything. Cause at this point, I have a decent idea of how big she's supposed to be, or where everything's supposed to be, I should say. I might extend the legs a little bit, but for right now, I think that's fine. Yeah, yeah, I think that's fine. Let me get a breather. I should have made some more coffee than this. I really should have. I could get some tea later, but okay. So the skirt. This is gonna be its own separate layer, but it's probably gonna be attached to. It's gonna be attached to the legs. I was gonna say attached to the body, but I need the body to move independently of this. I think that's how I did Robin's. Don't quote me on that. So I actually do want this to be symmetrical. So let me try something. Let me full screen this, select everything, hit Control T. Okay, that's perfect. Let me this about centered already actually, but it is I what size is this? 1080? 1080 1350. So yeah, it's 540 will be the middle. So let's bring out a ruler and put it right on I'm gonna try to get it as centered as possible, but right on 540. And then what we are going to do is select everything. I'm gonna hit shift, get all these folders, hit Control T, and I just want to get it in like the middle right there. I want that line to be right there in the middle. And now she's centered pretty well for the most part. The eyes are a little bit off, but we can move the head and everything. So uh but the body is centered really well. The head needs to be moved. Matter of fact, um do I want to do that right now? I don't think I want to do that right now. Where's the head actually? Is it? Is it? Oh no. Yeah, I'd pretty much have to move everything. Sort of. Let's see something actually. Yeah. I'll do that in a minute. But how do I want to handle this? Alright, I'm gonna go and then I'm gonna get a symmetry ruler. Alright. And I'm gonna go right on this middle line. You might be wondering why I'm so close. I want to like be right on that line. And it's a lot easier to do that when you are zoomed in because that makes the pixels bigger and that makes it a lot that makes the margin of error a lot smaller. All right, so okay, let's go ahead and I'm gonna try to bring some symmetry to this somewhat asymmetrical figure. And the reason I'm doing that is because this is a how do I put this? This is an object that isn't it's not organic. It's how do I want to put this? It it's made of fabrics and stuff like that, right? It's manufactured. It's not made of cells. So this makes sense to be symmetrical, completely symmetrical, I should say. Now the actual skirt, I guess for the same reason I should make that symmetrical, right? So I'm gonna bring that. I feel like it should contour to the legs. So I'm gonna just like bring it out right there, and it'll go like kind of above the knee, you know. I don't know if I like how it like goes down like that though. Let me go. Let me hit my erase tool. Okay, cool, that works. Um, let's see how I want to do this. 'Cause I don't want it to be completely just straight. I could. Let me think about this because it's the context of like animating. It'd be a little bit easier to do it like that, I feel like. But I feel like it's also gonna be a little bit off. What if I had it slightly would it be convex or concave? Like, okay, no. Convex is out. Concave is in. Okay, let me concave it inward a bit. I think that's a little bit better, actually. I feel like it's still going out too far, though. Like, if I just had it to, like, right here, let me erase the ends of this right quick. I think that looks good. I think that looks good. Trying to think, because I feel like it's either a little too low or a little too high. I don't want to be weird and have it go up too high, but I also don't want it to like, because if it goes too low, well, actually, the only reason I wouldn't put, okay, well, there's a few reasons I wouldn't put it lower. If it's lower, then it feels like a dress, and as impractical as maybe having your thighs out like Raven or even original Dick Grayson. I know he's got like the tights on this one, but usually OG Robin has his legs out kind of like this. But I know it's not like that can be impractical, but fighting with a sheer dress, that's not happening. That's genuinely not happening. But so I don't want it to be too long for that reason, but I also don't want it to be too high and kind of skimpy either. Let's see. I think it can stand to be a little bit higher up though, because again, one, she has like her legs aren't completely exposed anyway. Her oh actually hold up. But yeah, she's kind of got like these almost like stockings. I think that's a bit better. Let's see if I can. Yeah, I think I definitely like that better. Give me a sec. Let me control C, and then I'll continue on right here. And now let me control V this right quick. Let me turn off this layer. And let me see if I like brought it down like that to here and hit E. I want to say it's kind of similar to what I did earlier, but see, this is on the borderline because this is like going down to where her kind of stocking boots should be. I don't like that. I don't like, and it kind of takes away from that kind of warrior aspect that I've implemented. I think this is about the perfect height. I think it's about the perfect height. The only thing is, again, if I how do I want to put this? If I don't think about like what's gonna be like under there, even if it's just like underwear or something like that, and if I do a different fit that doesn't have this kind of skirt, it's gonna make it weird. And or at least hard to animate. So but so far I'm liking the design. And again, I'm liking the asymmetry of it. Or and the actual symmetry of it where I'm gonna have to duplicate this freaking leg again because I forgot it was flipped the whole time. But yeah, yeah. See, this would have made it a lot easier to where's the leg? Let me duplicate this leg while I'm because I don't have to. It does make her hips a little bit wider, which I think is a good thing. That's something that I probably am gonna end up having to fix on Raven, but I think for the most part this looks pretty tough. I think the legs are in a decent spot. Feel like they could be longer though. Where are the legs? Let me move this folder down ever so slightly. I think ever so slightly does work. Because let me hit Z. Yeah, she's just a little bit taller. I think that's a good thing. Let's full screen this again. I think that's about perfect. Let me move everything up a little bit to accommodate for the length of the legs now. Let me bring her up. And then I'm gonna try to move the legs a little bit more. Let me see. I don't know that I like that, but I can hardly tell the difference, honestly. Nah. Again, Starfire is a tall character, but do I want her that tall? It's kind of pushing it. Uh, I could go either way, in all honesty. But I think just for consistency's sake, and also because I still kind of have to figure out this kind of crotch area, I'm gonna leave them a little bit shorter. Maybe. Let me see. Control Y. I miss. Nah, I think that's too tall. Yeah, I think that's too tall. Like, yeah, I'll go with this right here and hit Control S. A lot of nitpicks that I do on these, but I think that's a good thing. Sometimes it really impedes your progress and your work, but I think it's good to really be like to analyze everything you're doing in your art, be intentional about it, and know what's working, what's not working. This is not what I needed. Actually, hold on. Is this the act? Oh, so I didn't have to copy that symmetry ruler. That's good to know. Sort of. So no, wait, no, 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 no. Yeah, because it's not even symmetrical. Turn it off. Like it's just being weird. But yeah, there's like this kind of metallic portion of this right here, and I want to draw it pretty consistently, but this isn't gonna be something symmetrical either. Let me actually pull up a reference while I'm doing this because I want to see kind of how these are shaped. They kind of come outward a bit, which makes sense. They're metallic, at least that's how they look. So, um, mm. Okay, so since it's cut that I don't even know how to explain what I'm doing. I'm gonna be 100% real with y'all, but I want it to kind of come downward a little bit more rather than like curving up how I had it. I feel like that makes a bit more sense. Yeah, something like that. I feel like that looks good. Um, how else do I want to do this? Hmm. Okay. Let me make this a bit bigger. Let me make sure this stream is going fine on the other things. It seems to be going fine on the YouTube and the things. I haven't gotten any chats or anything so far, but okay. So, uh, as I was hoping, this is going pretty well. This was one of the easier ones to at least sketch out. I think the body is looking nice. So hopefully for her, it won't be as difficult as doing freaking Raven. But now I have to get like the arm portion done, which can be an entire pain. Hopefully it's not, but it's probably gonna be a pain. So, how do I want to handle this? Let me start a new layer. Um, what are all these? Okay, these are yeah, I don't need these. I'm gonna put this. What do I do with these? I could just delete them. I'm gonna make an unused folder just in case. I mean, I don't want these. You can tell I hoard stuff sometimes, but I'm gonna call this unused, and then just put this down at the bottom or whatever. I know I say this is after like dang near every live stream, but I'm definitely finna play some Marvel Rivals after this. Anybody playing Marvel Rivals? Daredevil just came out yesterday. I was playing a lot of him. Can't wait to look back at these streams and be like, oh man, this is when Daredevil came out. Let's see. I'm gonna make the shoulder right here. I try not to make it too broad. I feel like that was an issue I had last week. And I kind of want it to come in like right here-ish. So now I got the shoulder and where like the collarbone kind of area meets with the shoulder, if that makes sense. It's really hard to explain freaking anatomy. I probably need to like actually research more anatomy. I feel like it would really help my drawings. I had like I used to practice on the weekends doing like gesture drawings. I need to get back into that. That really helped me draw my comics. Also, if you haven't read my comics, I would highly advise. I have one called Cartoon Man on Webtoon, and I have one called Annihilate, also on Webtoon. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of those two. I would say they're my actual children or something, but in a way they kind of are. But anything you create is like a child of yours, I guess. But yeah, I want this hand to be a little bit smaller, and I think that arm is a decent one. Kind of comes out at the thigh a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's a cartoon. It just has to look convincing enough, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I like the asymmetry of the kind of gauntlet piece. Or not the gauntlet piece, but like the shoulder blade, like I said, makes her kind of like again kind of feel like a warrior because that's probably the only thing I didn't care for Starfire's original design is the fact that she her outfit does not look that intimidating, and it shouldn't per se because she's not an intimidating character. She can be a very intimidating character. She's an alien with superpowers and glowing eyes. Like she can be very intimidating, but um she doesn't just seeing her normally, she doesn't look like a fighter. So I think something like that, something small like that can kind of give that sense. Now Raven doesn't really either, but she looks like a bit more of a fighter than Starfire because Starfire's clothes outside of like the metal portions didn't see that, and even those could be just jewelry, just jewelry. Again, Raven isn't too much better, but Raven doesn't fight like everybody else fights. Raven kind of uses spells and magic and stuff like that. So with Cyborg, you kind of want him to look a little bit bigger, and he's got these metallic portions. You want to highlight those. Robin, he's kind of got this utility belt. He's got the mask. He's got these kind of big shoes that are kind of steel toed. You kind of want to highlight some of those. But Starfire, you know, she's got a skirt and boots. Like there was nothing really about that that just screamed, "I'm gonna knock your head off." So I think the shoulder pad is gonna be a nice touch if I can get through this. And it also just again kind of helps that kind of star kind of aesthetic that she has something protruding like that. So now that I've rambled through that, I'm trying to keep the stream kind of interesting and explain as much of my process as possible. I'm gonna edit, transform, flip horizontal, my signature move, and then I'm gonna just kind of see how this looks with the shoulder blade portion. I think that fits pretty well under that kind of shoulder blade. So yeah, she's looking like a warrior, and I think I should probably leave it right about there so I can kind of have like a frame of reference to how I should draw the like finish drawing the shoulder pad or shoulder blade or whatever. But yeah, I think we cooking. Let me copy the other leg right quick, and then I guess we'll go ahead and actually get into some outlining because for the most part, that's how he's gonna look. I think the proportions are good. Yeah, I don't want to do nothing else. Let me. Where's the leg? See, this is why you label things. Can't even. No, genuinely, what is this? Okay, that's the arm. Okay, that's the other arm. How did I not know this was the? Okay. Let me do another folder for the arms. These folders get complicated. Let me see. My coffee donation thing popped up. To anybody that pops in, I do have a Patreon, and you could definitely help me by, either subbing to that or, even just following would be nice. But, in terms of, I'm trying to make a living out of this somehow. So if you can drop a little bit of money, but if you don't want to commit to anything like that, I still kind of have to figure out how I'm doing things on my Patreon, especially with this kind of live stream setup. But I do also have a coffee account, and you can donate a few bucks and things like that. You leave a few tips. So, it's always that option if you want to help support a creator. All right, now wait. No, that's the arm. Oh my gosh. Okay, arm. See, already Raven is my least favorite. The Raven is genuinely my least favorite. I think Raven still looks good, but something about the body and the hips. I didn't do the hips exactly how I wanted to, but now that I look at it, I think that's fine. Just because you have decent legs doesn't mean you have to have the greatest hips, but I still hate it. I ain't gonna say I hate it. I do like this Raven rig. There's a lot that I like about it. I think the face is done. This is one of my best faces. But what did I just do? Okay, let me go. Oh man, the Starfire looks sick. Starfire looks sick. Starfire might be my favorite after I'm done with this, but I think the star is dope too. I had a feeling this would fit my style the best. I still have to outline it, and yet because everything is subject to change, I might hate it by the end of this, but there's also the fact of how it'll look animated, because that is the end goal of this is to animate. So trying to figure out how I wanna do this. Give me a sec. I'm zoning out right now. This is the other leg. Let me control J this leg. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. All right, now we have two of these legs. So right about there-ish. Um, something like that. Just so we could see how it'll look. Oh man, I love this. I love this design. I love how the hair comes down and how it comes out. I love the star. It is kind of giving Sailor Moon. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do have to keep in mind that there's not gonna be a arm wrist on this side because of this the symmetry kind of thing or the asymmetry I was kind of going for. But I think this looks amazing. Let me hit Control S. Control S to save, and then I'm gonna do one other thing in terms of like sketching, and then we'll go on to actually outlining this. And again, this is pretty straight. Actually, I did not establish where her shirt ends because Starfire has like a kind of crop top almost. I gotta see where I want that to end. Cause I ain't finna have her just having like her bare chest out and then this under boob. That's pretty pervy. But if it was a different character, maybe. And Starfire has like, depending on the iteration, does have like cleavage and stuff out. But this is the 2003 iteration that I'm mostly referencing, and so I don't really want to do that. Let me see her, because I'm really trying to see how I'm doing this. Hers kind of stops a little bit below her boobs, kind of like where your and that's any iteration either. They all kind of a lot of them kind of stop it around that same area of like right where her rib cage kind of like the top of the rib cage, I guess. So that'll probably be where we cut that off. Trying to see. Yeah, yeah, let's do that. Where's let's see the torso. There's that. There's what's the difference? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Um, let's. I think let me hit P. I think bringing it around like right here ish. Yeah, I kind of like how it wraps around too. Yeah, yeah, something like that. Let me see if I bring it down a little bit lower. If I like that. If not, then I'll this looks completely fine. Let me zoom out a bit. I think I do like it a little bit lower. Let's try not that low. Give me a sec. Be like right about there-ish. Give me a sec. Let me zoom in a little bit more. I had it to like right about here. Actually, I think it's fine right there, actually. If we're being honest. And then that kind of shows her physique a little bit more too. Kind of shows off her stomach. And I think as a superhero or a superheroine, you would kind of not necessarily want to do that as the superhero, but if you're drawing a superhero and you're going for a purely design standpoint, that is something you want to highlight that she's got that kind of svelte physique. So same thing I'm gonna end up doing with Beast Boy next week. Also, I'm gonna change a lot of like Beast Boy's design because I love Beast Boy. Beast Boy at any given point can be my favorite or least favorite character, but I hate his design. I hate how they design him in the show. Like he just looks like a green dude with pointy ears. It's so basic. It's such a basic superhero outfit. I don't like it, and I'll elaborate more on it. And then even the color palette just sucks. But um, yeah. So Beast Boy is probably gonna get the biggest overhaul in terms of the Titans characters that I've drawn, but I'm still gonna try to remain true to the series as much as reasonably possible. So this is pretty much the not rough sketch, the final sketch for Starfire. And so now I'm pretty much just gonna break everything down into different parts, which I kind of already have, but let's see. I'm gonna lower the opacity of everything, including the other layers. Especially, well, I mean, the unused one isn't being used right now. But yeah, I'm gonna lower the opacity of the arms and all that. What's this? Okay, yeah, I thought so. Wait. There's one other thing that I do want to do. So let me name this the skirts. Hit enter, and then I do want to join the torso with the legs. So I'm gonna make like this little crotch area, and then I'll call it there. Matter of fact, where's the? Because if this is the skirt, yeah, I need that. I'm gonna make a folder, and I'm gonna do this in that in the same folder, and I'm just gonna bring in these two parts right here, just so that when I actually have to if I decide to make say a different fit or something like that, I'll have it like right here to do so, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think I'll just like kind of cut it off like maybe right around here-ish. And again, I don't really need to do this, and it's probably something that I could realistically do later, but I think it'd be better that I kind of knock it out now as opposed to later. So now that I have that there, let me see how I want to handle this. because I could also, yeah, let me bring this up a little bit like that. Let me see how the legs move around it. This one will do. And for the most part, that looks fine to me. I mean, it kind of comes off, but I think that's a matter of, yeah, the point of rotation. So, they could probably be brought down a little bit more. Let me do that. Let me hit P and then just kind of bring it in a little bit more like downward. And hit E for erase. Okay. And then let me try to control T one more time. Where's the leg? Yeah, control T. And then we're gonna go around that point of rotation one more time. And yeah. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much perfect in all honesty. Let me hit control T one more time actually. So I hit it like right there. It's a little iffy, but for the most part, that's perfect. You hit erase like right. Oh, wrong one. Yeah. Let me hit erase like right about there-ish. Round it out a little bit. Yeah, something like that. And then that's basically gonna be that. So, and again, that's in the hypothetical if I needed to. Actually, no, that should be a part of it. What should that be a part of the torso? Oh, you know what? I think I know how I did Robbins. I think the torso and his crotch area were all one thing. Okay. I know why that was bothering me. Okay. Okay. In which case, yeah, then the skirt is gonna have to be a okay, I see how I'm gonna do this. I'm going to take this out of that folder and then put it with the torso. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I'll handle that. I just have to keep that in mind. So now we can get into some outlining. So it's been about an hour and 3/4, pretty much, a little over that, as long as the stream's been going. Let me check. Yeah, hour 49 minutes and about a half. So not even 2 hours, and we are already done with the sketch. Now, one thing I want to do, because I did neglect to do this, the head, right? The head is a little off centered, which means probably so is the neck. And again, this doesn't have to be perfectly centered. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's better that it's not. But where's my sketch folder actually? Oh, well, that works. Yeah, right about there. And then I'm going to where the flip? Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna bring the head over a little bit, just so I can make. Oof. What did I do? Yeah, just so I can make it a little bit more symmetrical. So let me flip this. Oh, that sucks. That pretty much looks perfectly symmetrical. At least the head. Okay, and then I'll have to do the same thing with the neck, which I probably should have done at the same time, but I think it's fine in all honesty. The chest plate is a little off-centered as well, but I could fix that pretty easily. And that part doesn't really have to be perfect, so I ain't gonna really bother with it. Also, her head is kind of small. I'll fix that in a sec, or I'll try to. Or did I say her head is small? Her head's kind of big. And I might fix that in a second, but I might not. So yeah, let me move the neck to like right about there-ish. Um, I think that's pretty fine. Okay. Let me control S. And let me compare this to the other ones right quick. Because I know the head sizes are gonna vary. I did that on purpose. Here's Cyborg's head, proportionally to the rest of his body, it's pretty small. Here's Raven's. It's it's proportionally a bit smaller than Starfire's, and Robin's is proportionately his is kind of big too, but Robin is a bit more short and stubby. I might be able to get away with it from Starfire, but I'm gonna just entertain it right quick and just see how the head looks a little bit smaller. So let me go to this. Let me hit Control T, and then I'm gonna go and decrease it. Yeah, I already think that looks better. I don't think it needs to be like a lot like smaller, but yeah, I feel like anything. I feel like 90 is too small. I feel like 95 is right around the good range. Anything beyond 95 is like a little too big in my opinion. So let's hit okay for that, which means I probably have to change her neck too. So let's actually let me see, because this was the original, and then let me make a comparison again. Here's Robin. His head ain't that dang big. Hers is like huge. So yeah, I think that's a bit better. It also kind of makes her look a little bit taller. If I, you know what I mean. Maybe that's just me. Um, I'm gonna decrease her like the size of her neck, or better yet, actually, let me see how her head looks if I like raised it up a little bit. I could do that, but like I don't want to. So I'll just make her neck a little bit smaller. It should probably be a similar kind of size difference. 95. Is it okay? Honestly, that probably works. Let me try to move them up one more time. Hmm, trying to see. I mean, at this point, it's kind of just nitpicky, but if I feel like one needs to be raised or something like that, I'll do that. But I think Starfire is like I said, she's tall, but I think yeah, I'll leave it right there. I think this is will I like will I though? Maybe. Hmm. Something I don't like about that, but I feel like I'm being nitpicky, so I'm gonna just. Should her head be raised? I think it's fine. Let me just go ahead and proceed because I feel like I'm doing too much. Okay, so now we're going to actually do the head. So geez, how do I want to do this? Okay, so this is the front of the hair. I'm gonna have to do that in a completely separate layer. But in fact, let me go ahead and just separate the hair from the head. That'll make it a lot easier anyway. Start a new folder. I'm gonna label it hair, or I'm at F hair. That's what I'll call it, just so I know that it's the front. Um, hey, her hair kind of looks like a what is it, a glaceon? That's kind of like Glaceon's hair, like the front of her hair. Yeah, so I'm gonna lower that, and then that's the rest of her head. Lower this, and then increase this. So now we're going to get an actual full-on head. I'm gonna also, while I'm at it, just go ahead and put the hmm. Oh, okay, I see what I did. I'm gonna put the hair in a separate folder as well, or the back of the hair in like a separate folder as well. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna call this like B hair for the back. All right, and then I'm gonna lower the opacity of that, and we're gonna go ahead and start the head. So I'm gonna start a new vector layer. That is important because that is what's going to dictate how the rest of this drawing goes. Is um your vector layers, because you can change that, rearrange them, move them around, and things like that, and it makes it very easy to draw. You do not want to botch that, because if you do that in a raster layer, it's not going to be fun. It'll make it harder to color, harder to make corrections. And this is assuming you're working in a vector-based software. Some of you guys might like raster software. Some of you don't know the difference, but um, Clip Studio is raster-based. So, or no, 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 no. It's vector-based. So it would behoove you to work with vectors because they are immaculate. Okay. All right. So that's first few marks. I think that's pretty good. I gotta bring in the chin a little bit. I could rotate it so that they like connect, which might be a good. I mean, honestly, that looked pretty nice actually. But I kind of like this original one now. I mean, either or works. I think the second one might actually be better. No, okay, let's try something else actually. Let's either raise one or lower one. Let's try to lower this actually. That might be the move. That might be the move. Let me see. Yeah, it brings the head down some, but like let's try to bring both of these up. I think they were like fine where they were. And we don't want to like spend too much time on it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Sometimes it's good to let the art do what the art does. You know what I mean? Just kind of trust your brain on things. Don't try to force the picture to be something that is not. That's how I do things. I'm not the best artist, admittedly. I'm definitely not the worst. So, okay. I like where I brought that, but the only thing I'm concerned about is that if I animate this hair, I know it's gonna go past the head, and I don't want that. So I'm going to redraw this line. Yeah, that didn't do what I wanted to do. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna redraw this line, bring it up some, and do the same thing for like over here. I don't like how that brought that up actually. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Before I do that, because this will probably make it a lot easier. Let me connect the vector lines. I think that might help. So now let me try to redraw it, and they shouldn't break out like that. Okay, see that kind of well, let me see. I see that kind of messed it up though. Yeah, that's really messing up my drawing. So Trying to see how I'll just redraw it. It ain't that deep. Me hit P and then just kind of bring this up a bit. And I know that makes her forehead look kind of big, or just her head in general look kind of big. But it's fine. Let me flip it right quick. It's a little off, but that's also fine. So that's the basic shape of the head. Trying to see do I want to go on to the eyes right now? Like I kinda do and I kinda don't. I feel like I should also bring in part of this hair because the bangs in the front aren't necessarily like attached to the head, if that makes sense. Like like if I make this middle part of the hair like in the same layer as the rest of the hair, then it'll be harder to animate. So I think under here, give me a sec. I think I'm actually gonna bring the hair in like that on the head. I you know, I was gonna say I want it to be centered, but I kind of like that it's off centered. I know I say mention like stuff being off centered a lot, but that's symmetry makes things look pretty, but asymmetry makes things look interesting. If that makes sense, that's how I see things. Okay, I think I should just not disconnect it. See the brush, I think the brush was too small. So let me try that again. And then we're gonna go I'll let that rock for right now. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's pretty much the shape of the head. Give me one sec. I'm gonna lean back in my chair. Just kind of be lazy for a second. Okay. So there's the beginnings of the head. Trying to think of how I want to do this. So next I'll do the hair. I'm gonna lower the transparency of the the head. Increase the transparent or opacity or whatever of this right here, and then I'm gonna for the hair. Hmm, let's try a size 12 brush. All right, and what we're gonna do is just kind of go around the shape of the hair. So like, what am I talking about? Like right here to right here. We're gonna go like right here, bring it up to like right here. And you might be wondering why I'm doing it like that, but it'll probably make sense in a second. Let me wrap this one around. Yeah, something like that. And these will be basically like the bangs of the hair. I gotta like turn them red because I don't want them protruding too much. If that makes sense. It probably doesn't make sense. But I'm gonna leave it like that for right now. And then I'm gonna do these other front portions right here. And again, they don't have to be symmetrical because they're two completely different strands of hair. And I like the uniqueness of both of them. Now this is straight up Glaceon. I'm not gonna lie to you. I I have mixed feelings because I feel like let me see. I feel like it's too straight. I'll let it rock for right now though. I'm gonna see how this one looks. and then I'll make my decisions, and then we can kind of go in there. I feel like the end is too thick. Let me try that again. Kind of. You know what? I think I like it better that it's a little bit straighter. I think that's the one. I think that's the one. That looks pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. So now we have the front of the hair. So let's open up the head again. And you see a lot of overlap on here, but again, once we color it, it'll make a lot more sense. I could do the back of the hair, but I don't really want to right now. I'll probably just go ahead and finish off the actual head. Hmm. Give me a sec. Okay, let's do the eyes. So, where are we? I'm gonna go back to the head. And once I knock all this out, matter of fact, let me turn this off for the front. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Once I knock all this out, I'll just kind of turn off the sketch layers and things like that because I won't really need them as this goes on, but genuinely trying to think I want to do this. Okay, so with the hair, let me lower the transparency of the front of the hair, and then we're going back to the head. I'm gonna make a new folder inside the head for like the eyes. Okay, so now let me even lower the opacity of yeah, that works. So now we're gonna do the eyes. I'm gonna go out at the end, increase my brush size right here. And I think that's a good size of the eye. A lot of confident brush strokes here. So I say a lot, but it's one brush stroke. And I'm gonna do a similar thing at the bottom. I think the N isn't that thick. So I'm gonna try to let me see, does it matter? I think it does. Well, actually, one thing I could do is just select this layer and make it a little bit thicker. So I can go from like size 10 to 11, and same thing with here. I can go, you know, something like that. I don't know. I feel like the line weight isn't. I feel like it's thick in some areas, but like not thick enough in the others. Let's give me a second. I might need to redraw that eye entirely. Maybe that brush size wasn't that. Matter of fact, I don't. Give me a sec. Go with my brush again. Go to size 12 and then mm, I'm trying to like draw it in a certain type of way. Oh geez, what did I do? Okay. These eyeballs ain't eyeballing. Let me look at Ravens right quick. I think that'll be a good gauge. Let me see, what size are Ravens? They are a size 10. So I mean, this should be fun. But like I don't know, something about it is like not doing it for me. I think I don't know. Like I feel like this part is working, but I feel like when I do the underside of it, it's not. Maybe I gotta start. Oh yeah, that's definitely too big. Um, and it's also the wrong pen. Me. I don't know if that works. That looks a little bit better actually. I think also I just have to bring in this opposing side. So let's see like that. I don't know if that works. Let's try it like that. I think that works a lot better. I don't know if that does it though. I'm not sure. Let me hit E, vector erase. I'm gonna just lower the size. Let me hit P again and just bring that in. Well, actually, let me see if I can just do it without even doing that. Hit E. I mean, honestly, I got mixed feelings about thoughts. Let me turn this off right quick. Because it's like, it looks good on the first one, but it's like, let me delete this again. It might be just for the fact that I'm bringing it all the way around. Maybe it's the way I'm doing the line weight. I'm not sure. Let me go back to size 10. I like that though. I think I do like that. I think it didn't taper enough in the middle. I think I might run with this one. And then I'll do the pupils in a separate layer. Let me see. Let me go to size 8. Actually, because this does need to be like a solid eyeball. Hmm. Now that I look at it, I might have messed up Ravens. Cause let me see, let me see, let me see. Um, these are the eyes, right? I mean, give me a sec, cause I'm trying to see something. Make sure I didn't mess up the eyes. Cause if these are the pupils, that'll definitely be something I have to. Oh, jeez. Let me move this up, and then this should be like the other. Oh, well, there's the white to the eyes. Sorry, I'm trying to see something. Okay, so that's not the worst thing, but genuinely, it's probably going to be something I have to fix. I'll have to keep that in mind. But yeah, I didn't catch that last week because I didn't I made Raven's eyes like half of like I made the pupils basically half pupils if that makes sense. So what I actually want to do, let me see, I'm in a separate layer, right? For Starfire, I want to right that wrong, or at least not make that same mistake. And I'm gonna go and just make a full-on circle. All right. Because with cyborgs, his is also like one solid eyeball, but it's like along the eye. I don't even know if I'm explaining that well. Anyway, that's the basic shape. Let me bring it down and I'll put it like in the middle. Girl look like a straight up Pokemon. But I think that's a decent looking eye for right now. Let me hit P. There we go, and then I'll just be like the dot right there. Okay. Let me let me duplicate this folder right quick. Let me hit Control J. And then I'm gonna edit, transform, flip horizontal. Okay, let's bring this up a little bit. Ugh, see, I don't know. See, there's something I like about those eyes and something I don't like about those eyes. They might just be too close, for one thing. But that kind of helped. Feel like one is too far now, though. Whoops. Uh, I'm sure that'll be straight for right now. It'll come together, I'm sure. Oh, okay. So we're 2 hours in, and we've got most of the head, well, a good portion of the head done. We've got the front of the hair, we've got the eyes, we've got the actual head shape. And now we're going to, I don't know what we're gonna do. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do the back of the hair. Let's see. I'm gonna go with a size 12 brush, especially for those kind of thicker ends of the hair at the bottom. And let me see. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. I would say I would just chill out for a bit because nobody's here, but I know I got like for people who are actually watching the recordings, I don't want to just not do anything. Life. Okay, yeah, let's stop complaining. I'm doing good so far. Let's do the back of the hair. So, new vector layer. And again, we just kind of want to go out, in, and then out again. So just kind of quick. See how I want to do this. I'm gonna start from here. You know, I'm gonna bring it in. I don't like how I did that already. So yeah, I'm gonna bring it in and make these kind of confident brush strokes. I feel like I botched that pretty badly. Okay, you know what? Let me start from here first. I feel like that'll make it a little bit easier. And then out. I kind of like that. And yeah, just kind of thicken it around like these areas. Then I'm gonna come down from like this side. I don't like how that one started off. Give me a sec. Let me make it a little bit bigger on this side. Bring it in. Go behind this area, and then I'm gonna kind of cheat right here and not bring it in entirely. Right about there. I think that's straight. I think that's straight. If not, I could always change it later. Yeah. I think we're good on that. Okay. So the hair is done. So now we got to finish up the rest of the face. I'm gonna go to the head. All right. So this is the actual. Let me go. Let me type in face. That'll make this easier. I should have brought my snacks in here. That's what I should have did. In fact, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Give me just a sec. Oh no. Let me make sure I didn't mess up my stream with that, cause that. Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. I'm finna grab a couple snacks, cause I don't want to take a full on. Oh my gosh, dude. Um, I don't want to take a full on like lunch or anything like that. So also give me a sec. I want to make sure that this stream is um it's public, right? Yeah. I got like no traction right now. That's fine. Yeah, give me just a sec. I'm gonna turn this BRB on right quick, and then I'm gonna grab something right quick. Okay, my bad. Yeah, let me turn this off right quick. And now we can get back into the actual drawing. So, okay, so the top of the head is a little bit round. I don't know that I like that. I don't dislike it either, but again, if it bothers me later, I can always change it. But I think I do like it, kind of. Mhm. Give me a sec. Okay, so I guess we'll do the eyebrows, which shouldn't take long. Matter of fact, while I'm still on the face, let me go ahead and do her nose. I'm trying to figure out how you want to do her nose, because I don't want to make it like that Dragon Ball style nose, because that takes away from my style and it makes her different from the other Titans. Maybe like right there. You know what? I guess we'll just give her a bit more of a simplistic nose like everybody else. Maybe like that. I'll leave it like that for right now, and then I'll like maybe change it. But uh, how do I want to do this? Okay, so there is the face pretty much finished. I'm not gonna draw the mouth until like I might not even draw the mouth on the stream, but give me a sec. Trying to think of how I want to implement this. Oh, let's see. My bad. I'm over here fooling with the eyes. This is why you label things. Uh, no, wait. Pupils. And again, I got the pupils in a separate layer because it'll just make it easier to animate that way. But and I forgot to do it with Raven, or I just didn't think to. Um, and let me go ahead and move these out of this layer because I didn't realize these were in two separate layers. So yeah, there's that. Let me delete this layer. All right, so yeah, we're still on the head. I guess I'll make another layer for the eyebrows. And honestly, I'm not sure if I want to put them in the same folder or not. I want to say with the other ones, I just made their eyebrows on the same. I don't know. I'm really overthinking this right now. They're just eyebrows, but let's do this right here, and we're gonna kind of keep that teardrop shape. And that's pretty much all for that. I'm gonna Control J and then flip it horizontally. Ah, geez. And then I'm just gonna move it over here. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but right about there-ish should be fine. And let's actually move these around a little bit just to see how they work. I'm not really gonna turn them, but I think that's good. And they're not completely symmetrical or anything like that. But again, I think that works. Oof, tired, dude. Control S. Hopefully these live streams do well later. If they don't, I'll still do them. But like, geez, I definitely love if this became more popular and got more traction. It'd be a lot easier for me to get through the streams too. But okay, so we got the hair. I'm trying to think of how I wanna. Yeah. Let's go with. Cause oh geez, but yeah. Let's see, Raven drawing. I'm really trying to figure out some things right now. I don't even remember why I clicked on Ravens, but no, genuinely, I can't even remember what I was doing. Okay, let's regroup right quick. Let's no, I'm genuinely trying to figure out how this needs to go. Um, okay. The chest area, the torso. Let's do that first. So I'm gonna start a new vector layer, and then this is gonna be interesting. Let me hit P, and I'm going to go to size 15 brush. I'm gonna start kind of where these boobs are, and then just bring them up to like where this chest plate is. I feel like I didn't round that off enough, but kind of like that. I feel like that's a decent shape. Uh, let's go. Let me Control J and flip it. There we go. I feel like that's a bit far out, but the whole thing isn't really that symmetrical anyway, so I think that looks good mostly. Let me see. Her body could stand to be a little bit bigger too, so I guess I'll move. Hold on. I'll move this one out a bit more. Something like that. And uh I'm trying to think. Because I kind of know how I want this to go, but I also kind of don't. Okay. I'm gonna start a new vector layer and kind of come across and make this chest plate. Now the question is, do I want to make this symmetrical? And I kind of do. So let me grab another symmetry ruler, wherever that is. No, seriously, where the okay, yeah. There we go. And I'm gonna go down to this middle point and just yeah, that ain't what I want. Well, actually, no, that ain't what I wanted. Perfect. Okay, so I forgot what I was doing. All right, so let's first off, let me duplicate this just in case I need another one of these. And I'm gonna hit P. And then I'm just gonna like kind of bring in this chest plate a bit, all to like the middle. Let me oh, what's good? Hopefully you're liking the stream so far. This is what we got so far. We kind of got to clean up as we go along, but yeah, I'm kind of making like this kind of chest plate metal that she has up top. I'm kind of pulling up a reference for it. Yeah, I'll just kind of make a like, how do I want to do this? I'll bring it up like right here-ish, so it kind of goes over her chest a little bit. And then let's see. I'll bring out the mm, let's do it like this. I'll bring it up to the top like that. I think it should be a little bit higher actually. So let's do it like this. It's a little bit higher than the shoulders would actually be and everything, but it is kind of supposed to sit on top. So I guess that makes sense. Okay, so I don't want this side to be symmetrical actually. So I'm gonna go and make this kind of star shaped shoulder pad type thing. Kind of similar like saying armor. Appreciate it. And the reason I'm doing that is because Starfire has like one like metallic piece. Well, she has two metallic pieces on one arm and then one on the other. So I thought to like, balance that out, I'd put like a shoulder blade on or a shoulder pad on one side. So let's see. And then I gave her like a star in the middle as well. Let me see. Let me turn my symmetry back up and then just kind of bring in this a little bit. And then I guess I can keep that on for the star as well. Whoops. Let me lower my brush size. And then just bring, oh, geez. I hate the symmetry ruler because it's like you have to like be real careful or else it'll just like put everything in the middle. But I think for the most part, that looks good. I might raise the star up a little bit so it's like in the center of the chest, but I think that looks good so far. Okay, so now I might thicken up these lines actually. I'll I'll probably do that later. I kind of have to do the rest of the body. Let me. Oh, appreciate it, appreciate it. Are you all? Yeah, you're on YouTube, right? Yeah, I got it on Twitch and YouTube right now. So if you want to watch on either at any given time, and I'm trying to do these every Saturday. So thank you for the sub. That is dope. But yeah, and if you want to see some of the other Titans, I have like Cyborg right here and Robin. I have live streams for them. And I did Raven. I have to clean her up a bit, but next week I'll be doing Beast Boy. So yeah, all the other live streams are up. You can check them out if you want to. But thanks for stopping by. And if you need to leave at any given time, I really appreciate you showing up though. But yeah, we're gonna get to the rest of the body. And let me see. I'm gonna go with like a size 15 brush. Let me see. Is my symmetry? I mean, I guess I don't really need the symmetry on for this, but let's see. I'm gonna try to bring in her ribs and kind of make that kind of hourglass figure. Yeah, and then kind of go right around here. And that'll kind of be like the torso. She's pretty slim how I made her. It'll probably look right when I bring in the rest of the fit. Thanks, thanks. Also, I have a couple shorts. I need to upload more of the shorts too, but let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much well, okay, hold on. Let me see. Is the transparency still up? Not transparency, but okay, yeah. There we go. Let me undo that because I didn't want that to. Yeah, let me try that one more time. I think this looks a little bit better. Yeah, and I'll just duplicate it to the other side. I'm gonna transform, flip horizontal. Oh no. Let me see. Okay, so oh cool. What do you draw? Let me see. Hit Control J. I feel like I'm really messing this up. I did it again. Okay. Let me see. All right. So I'm gonna copy this, put it in a new layer, and now I'm gonna flip it. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna extend both of these sides so she's not as like super skinny. Maybe. Birds and flowers. That's pretty nice. I try to draw like animals and stuff sometimes. It's really good practice to do, but I'm so not the best at it. I can be decent when I want to. Like realistic things, I can do it, especially like portraits and stuff, but they take so long. I like doing like little cartoony things, but that's really cool though. If you have like any you tried drawing a person once, how did that go? But yeah, if you have like any socials or anything you want to plug in, you can go ahead. Yeah, so certain people are like good at drawing like some things better than others. So, different strokes for different folks. But no, it's cool that another artist like walked in here. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to try to finish this off. Let me see. And this is like the part that bothers me because it's like if the line is not exactly how I want it to be, just like bother me. I think that looks decent though. I think that's a decent start to like the middle. Okay, so now that I've gotten to there, that's pretty much the torso. I should do the neck. The neck won't take long. And if you're curious, the reason I'm breaking these up into like separate parts is because these characters are supposed to be animated. So if I go to like Cyborg, right? Where's I got all these folders. It really sucks. Trying to figure out heck, let me just go with the head for right now. So yeah, if I take Cyborg and hit Control T, if I can, I've got this like very much thrown together. I'm trying to like just get one part, but it's being all weird. But yeah, let's see if I like rotate his head. Yeah, you can see his head kind of like rotates a little bit. If I see where I put the yeah. If I move the arm, assuming I'm doing this right, yeah, the arm moves a little bit. It's much better when I'm in like a software for animation, but like that's basically why I'm separating into like different parts. So I have to like keep in mind what's supposed to move where and all that, but uh yeah, I have a video that I uploaded recently and it kind of shows like the Robin like rig I did and it like shows how his body moves and everything like that. So I haven't like animated him, but I've shown how his animation is like set up. Let me see. Also, I'm kind of scatterbrained, so I keep losing track of where I am. But let's see. I'm gonna start that kind of skirt dress thing she has, and I'm gonna lower the opacity of the other layers so this will make it easier on me. Okay. So like right, let me turn this down a little bit more, and then right where this kind of blue sketch is, we're gonna draw the 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 kind of skirt. Where's my rulers? I've been using this software forever and I still forget where everything is, but I'm gonna go right in this like middle line so I can oh my gosh, why did it do that? But yeah, so I can get the symmetry ruler so that way where's the P? That way I can have it completely symmetrical if I can use the brush correctly or yeah, the brush correctly. So yeah, it kind of flips to the other side. And that's one good thing about using like digital art. There's pros and cons to it. I'm not saying like, digital is better than traditional or vice versa. It really depends on what you want to do. But for something like this where I'm like making characters, especially for animations, this is definitely the move. Let me flip it this way. I feel more comfortable doing it like, oh gosh. It keeps snapping to the middle and it's annoying. Okay, see now my computer's just lagging, but my laptop, I should say. I liked it better the first time. I should have just kept it. Let me rotate it again. And I swear I'm not a perfectionist, but there are certain times where I'm just like, I need it to be a certain way. You talking about you might oh yeah, digital art. It's I'm trying to think of how I should like put it. It's very convenient. If you don't have like because you could pretty much do it even on your phone, which it's a pain to do it on your phone. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it if you have say a computer or a laptop or your phone or something like that, the things you can do with it is crazy. But I like if you want something to just like hang up or something like that, then I'd say traditional. I can do traditional art as well. I'm sure most people who do digital can also do traditional, but it really depends. Yeah, it's like I said, for something like animation, it's crazy. And there's certain like digital artists that just do straight up digital like portraits and things like that. And they're really good. Like they're insane. It's stuff that I just couldn't come close to doing. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that, but I would have a hard time learning it. Let me rephrase. So yeah, I'm gonna bring that skirt down a little bit, and then I kind of wrapped it around the legs, but I don't want it to do that because it's not gonna work as well as I think it is when I actually try to animate it. So I'm gonna just kind of do like right here. I'm gonna hit my vector erase. That didn't come out how I wanted it. So let me redraw this middle one more time. And then I'm gonna just bring it out a little bit. And there's another thing you can do with it. You can hit E, and then now I can just erase those extra lines. So a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, I try my best to keep a positive like mindset when I'm not even just doing art, just in daily life, because it's like you don't want to down yourself. So, but I think anybody can do anything. Digital art, I've been doing digital art since I was in like high school. So like there was a lot of stuff that I had to learn, but like once you actually sit down and learn it, it's such a powerful tool. All right, so we got like the skirt down in some random layer because I did not put this in a folder. I'll just put it in a separate folder so I know. And I'm gonna call it skirt. But yeah, you will definitely learn a lot. This isn't really an educational art thing. It's just kind of I explain stuff as I go. Since you were 5, I can't even remember when I like started drawing because it was like at a very young age. It's like as long as I can remember. But yeah, I've been doing like different stuff. Like in terms of like putting pencil to paper, I've been doing that for like ever. But yeah, I don't really like teach art or anything on here. Yeah, 13 years of doing anything is like you're gonna learn a lot. Like if you could just like anything you do with a amount of time and genuine effort, there's like you could do literally anything. And I think that's why a lot of people are good at art is because they've been doing it for so long. Because like a lot of people are just like, oh, I can't do it. I'm not, built for it. I don't have that natural talent. But a lot of it is really just practice. Let's see. Okay, so now we got to get to the arms. I could also do the legs. I don't want to do the legs right now. So I'm gonna I'm gonna do the arm, and I can just copy and paste that. So, and there's one part I did kind of miss. There's like supposed to be like this kind of back in. I don't even know how to explain it, but I'm gonna do the arm first, and then if I remember, I'll come back to it. I'll remember it when I see that it looks off, and then I'll be like, oh, I forgot. So let me try to redo this. Like this already don't look right. What size is this brush? Okay, I don't want her to. This is the difficulty of me drawing because, like, for the dudes, if I make them look a little too big, I feel like it's fine, especially Cyborg. Robin, I actually did want to make him a little bit more skinny and svelte because he's like an acrobat. But when it comes to like the girls, if they look too big or even too small, I feel like that's an issue. And so I'm like constantly trying to like worry about proportions. I don't know if that's just a me thing or what, but I feel like I keep getting and then like on every last one of the characters, it doesn't matter like which character it was. It feels like the proportions are just off a lot of the time. I think what I'm gonna do right quick is turn down. See, I forgot where everything is. This is literally a sketch layer. Yeah, again, that's just a me thing. I'm not entirely sure. Because like with Cyborg, I had a problem with Cyborg as well. Matter of fact, it's not even just the girl character. This is really all the characters. But like the top portion, I was getting at like a good size, and then like this middle, I had to constantly keep redefining because he was so skinny. I swear I'm not body shaming. I swear I'm not body shaming. But it's like there's certain in like if I was making like say a bodybuilder girl or something like that, then obviously yeah, I want her to be bigger. Or if I wanted to draw a bigger girl or a bigger man for that matter, obviously I'd make them bigger. But like for these specific ones, there are certain body types that I do want to associate with them. So for Cyborg, I want him to be bigger than all of the other ones. And um Robin, I did want him to be a little bit skinnier, but that's not to say that they couldn't be big. It's just okay, okay, okay. Let me stop. But no, I think all body types are good. That's gonna be my PC answer, and I'm gonna stick to it. But yeah, there's a certain way I want these arms, to put it simply, and I don't want to go beyond that or below that. Yeah, I swear, I swear everybody's body is fine. I said it earlier in the stream too. I'm like, there's no like perfect body type. But I think there's like a certain level of intentionality that you want when you're drawing. And let me see. I think for superheroes especially, and it's also I want to have it as close to the 2003 version of the Teen Titans. And they do have certain body types and things like that. If it were just me making my own, which I am kind of making my own version of them, but they are heavily inspired by the 2003 version. So I do want them to look as similar as possible while also putting my own kind of aesthetics on it. I don't know. I feel like I keep messing up these arms for some reason. No, I figured you were joking, but it's like after you pressed me, I'm like, well, shoot, now I gotta I gotta clarify. Also, I don't know where I put this arm stuff at. I literally lost everything I was doing. But mm, let me redraw this arm. I think it's halfway looking decent. I think that's a decent looking arm actually. I think I gotta clean up these like middle areas, but you know, let me hit P. And I'm not gonna go too detailed on like the hands or anything like that. For like her and Raven, I gave like open hands. Mostly Raven, because I was gonna do like a spade hand without the thumb, but her kind of outfit goes over her thumbs. Starfire's doesn't, but just for consistency's sake, I just did the same thing with hers. Alright, so I don't know. The arm halfway looks kind of off, but I think it's fine. And I do want to put this kind of let me put this metal piece higher actually. Right about there. Feel like that looks a little too big. Again, I swear I'm not a perfectionist or anything, but I can get a bit nitpicky. Yeah, I'm just kind of gonna clean up these areas. I think that's decent enough. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but and then that stuff I can fix up. Appreciate it. I'm gonna put this little circle right here. And I was thinking about like making star shapes on some of this other part, but I think the one star in the middle is pretty good. And the reason I wanted to implement a star is because clearly her name is Starfire, and none of her other like Teen Titans designs have an actual star on it. I thought that was really weird. So, maybe it's some lore that I'm missing. Maybe Tamaranians don't actually like stars. That'd be ironic, but it just seemed weird for Starfire to not have a star in her actual design. So let me flip that arm around and see how it looks. Yeah, apply transformation. I know this looks a little weird right now, but yeah, and this will pretty much come out over here. And I could just copy it and then just delete the matter of fact, yeah, let me let me cheat. Let me cheat right quick. So I'm gonna just select this part, delete it, and now that arm's naked. So there we go. So we got the arm on the left right here, the arm on the right, and then I'm gonna lower the transparency of these. All right, so we got the arms, we've got the torso. I need to do the neck. I really hate it here. Let me stop. Um, okay, so the neck is right here. And this will be simple. The only reason I separate the neck is because that way it's easier to animate than if I had it to like which you can animate it with it as like one solid piece. In fact, you can animate a character just by one solid image, but the more you break it down, the cooler the animation looks. So I guess I'll go with a size 12 and then I'll just kind of oh my gosh. I'm gonna just kind of bring it down to like right here. I don't like how thick that line was. Right about here to here, bring it on up. And it's pretty much that simple. It's not really symmetrical, but honestly, it's pretty much fine. If I don't like it later though, I'll fix it. But for I just need it to be right there, right? Matter of fact, because I also needed it to like wrap around right there because it kind of cuts off her neck a little bit, like the metal portion, if that makes sense. But yeah, we got some arms. The most of the body is done. So we're gonna knock out the legs and like these boots. The legs and the boots can be one solid piece. For Cyborg, I separated his shoe like kind of shoes from his legs. But for Robin, the shoes and the legs are one solid piece. I think it fits Cyborg because his are more like mechanical, and that way I could rotate them a little bit more. But since Starfire's shoes are like just one solid piece from like shoe to boot, I'll just have it the legs like one solid piece. Okay. So these streams can go on for a good bit. So what I usually like to do is get like the outline done and then I'll take like a little break for lunch or it's usually like dinner time by the time I do. But there'll be like a bit of a break and then I'll come back and color everything. That's usually a bit quicker. So, all right. I've made a lot of these layers and I don't remember where half of these are. Okay, that's the other arm. So I'm like legit forgetting what I'm doing. But Yeah, I'm gonna put these in a layer and name the layer. And when you like work in digital art, layers are your best friend. Unless the software doesn't have them, in which case you're probably working in MS Paint and it's old as dirt. But if you're working in anything that was made in like the last 10 years, you should be fine. Let's see. It's 2 a.m. right now. Okay, so where I'm at, it's it's six. It's 6 p.m. I should say. Where are you watching from, if you don't mind me asking? Let me see. Let me get a size 17 brush. And then I'm going to try to get this kind of circular shit. This already don't look right. I'm gonna go with size 20 and try to get this circular shape to like right here. Yeah, it's a lot later. Let me see. And then I'm gonna like bring this. I don't like that size. Let me shrink it a bit. Lebanon, nice. I didn't even know I had any like Lebanese people like watching any of my content. Honestly, I'll see like my analytics and I'll see like certain people from like different places. Mostly it's obviously like US and then a few in like Japan and then there's a few in certain other regions. Let's see. I'm trying to keep my hand as straight as possible. The only thing I kind of like halfway don't like is just how the leg kind of like pinches in right here. I'm not the best with geography. Lebanon, I don't know where it is, but like that's a whole nother country, right? Yeah. So Middle East. I had to look it up right quick, but I've definitely heard of Lebanon before. That's nice. That's nice to know that I have somebody from Lebanon watching the content. It's also interesting to know like the different times people are watching, respective to their time zone. Okay, so I think, hmm, let me select this and just move it around a little bit because I think this half of the leg is bothering me. I'm gonna just rotate it. Oh geez. I mean, I don't know about all that, but you know, I wouldn't know. I don't know too much in terms of like geopolitics and everything like that. Like I kind of do. You know what? No, now that yeah, it definitely it definitely does. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It might be like stereotypical, but I'm pretty sure that's like some of what I've heard of Lebanon actually. Let's see. Accents. I okay. So I don't know how much you know about like America or anything like that, but I am from the South, and two, I am black. But I will say, I think my English is immaculate. So I think I'd be a good person to learn English from, or at least like that kind of accent. You might you might get some funny looks from somewhere, but you know, I think my English is pretty solid, or at least my accent. I've never actually thought about learning Lebanese. Because the like I've attempted to learn some Spanish. I know a little bit of Spanish, but and then I've attempted to learn some Japanese, but that's about it. Also, I'm saying that right. Is Lebanese, right? Am I I'm correct on that. Let me know. Oh, it's Arabic. Okay, okay. I didn't know. Like I said, I'm not the best with geography. I'm decent, but I don't know like the different languages people said. That's good to know. Thanks for, educating me on it. But all right, I think that leg looks decent. It's not my best, but I think it's a decent looking leg. Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. My bad. Dialect, not language. So let me see. So like it must be like relative or somewhat close to Arabia. Dialect. I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure. I can't correct you. I'm honestly just taking your word on everything, honestly. But yeah, I'm assuming it's got to be kind of close to Arabia then. If it's like if y'all speak Arabic. Let me see, edit transform, and then I'm gonna flip this horizontal again just to see how it looks. I'm probably gonna delete it, but yeah, I think that's straight. So that's the overall kind of outline and all the different body parts for Starfire. There's probably a few places I'm definitely gonna have to clean up, but this is basically what the character model looks like. So I'm glad somebody's here to look. What? Wait. Hold on. Saudi Arabia, Arabic. Hold on. Am I confusing something? Because I feel like I just confused something very badly. Okay. So it's like, is it like how we speak English, but like they kind of speak English different in like Britain? Is it like that kind of thing? Please forgive my lack of knowledge because I swear. But let's see. What layer was I just? Okay, so this is the other leg. I'm gonna turn that off. But yeah, so I'm going to what time is it? Okay, so in my time, it's about close to 6:10. Um, I don't know what your time is, but I'm going to take a break. It'll probably be like a 30-minute recess or something like that. And we're just gonna like okay, see my brain lags all the time, so you're fine. We just sit in here looking just dumb while the stream is going. But I'm gonna take a quick break from the stream for like I say quick, but it'll probably be about 30 minutes or so. So let's say about 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna finish coloring the rest of the drawing. So if you need to leave anywhere in that time, like I said, I appreciate you for showing up. These streams are kind of a bit they're pretty long streams. They're usually run about 6 hours on average. But if you can't stay around for all that, I definitely understand. I got a lot of friends that come and go. That's fine. If you sleep, or even if you have it playing while you're sleeping, that's also fine. Or if you do have to leave, that's fine. But let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put up a little sign. I have like this out to lunch sign. Where is it? Yeah, I put this up and it's like I'll come back in like 30 minutes. So again, thanks for showing up, but I'm gonna take a quick break and be back in like 30 minutes. So I'll catch you later. All right. So I am back. I kind of messed up my chat because let me see. I was trying to do something and then it like knocked me off of it. But yeah, so let me see. I got a little bit of food and let me see. I made a Lebanese friend earlier, if anybody was in here for that. If they're not still in here. But yeah, so we're gonna do the second half of this, and we're gonna get to the coloring, right? So the coloring is like the easiest slash. Let me see. Did I take the sign? I did not take the sign down. Okay. 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 So now the sign's down. So the coloring phase is like both the easiest and even slightly most difficult portion. It's easy in the sense that this is a digital software, so anything fills up pretty quickly. But it's difficult for the fact that I have to come up with the color. So I know it might seem as easy as picking red and yellow, but there's like different shades, colors used to these colors, and you want to use them for different things. And you don't want to go overboard with the colors. Because say somebody like Robin, for instance, he's got a lot of different colors, but they're mostly this red and this green kind of highlighting each other, and the yellow kind of brings it in. And then there's this like blue color, but it's like this dark blue, and it's separate from the rest of the. It's and then somebody like Raven, kind of monotonous. And no, it hasn't been 30 minutes, but like it didn't take me that long to like make what I needed to eat. So I mostly just snacked on something for real. But yeah, thanks for still being here. You'll probably pass out before the stream's over with, but that do what you got to do. But right now we're gonna start coloring. Where see now I gotta remember where everything was in the layers. But for Starfire, let me see. She's a redhead, so I kind of want to go. Let me see if there's a fiery red color that I can like look up right quick. Because I I want there to be some type of intentionality behind the colors. So for like Cyborg, right? I went with the same blue they use on like a motherboard or a circuit board, I should call it. And that was like more accurate to like a robot, I felt like. And then for Robin, I chose like a crimson red. I I'm kind of being halfway pretentious when I say stuff like that because really I'm just picking out colors. But yeah, it was probably more like 15 minutes when I. It's not pink. Well, hot pink might actually be the color that I should go with. Let me look at it again. It really depends on the Starfire you're talking about because Starfire, like OG Teen Titans Starfire, is kind of like a darker red. Teen Titans Go is more of a pink, and then some of the other iterations are like orange and like a red orange. So it really depends on what version of Starfire you're talking about. Um, let's see, because I also want to think about like the green. This is like the like once I actually think of just one color to go off of, I can make the whole other color palette around it. But I think fiery red would be too red. Let me see. I'm gonna go with like a red orange. I think that'll. I don't know. Maybe I'll just wing something because it's like also. No, I'll leave that alone. Yeah, it's really weird. Coming up with colors is like the hard part. or it's a hard part. Everything else I can just rely on me knowing how to draw, but that is like because you could, like I said, you could just throw red or pink on here, but it's when you can explain to somebody, oh, I chose this specific color because it makes it that much more interesting. So, but I can't for this. I think a mix of pink and red might be good though, since she does have that color or those colors. So for this, what I might do is get like a mix. See, I low key want to say to pick like a mix of pink, orange, and red, but I feel like that would just mess things up. But I think pink might actually fit a bit better. I don't know. Maybe I won't do the hair first. This is tough. She also has a purple, I think, for like the rest of her. Let me see. What were you about to say? Pink might fit better. Yeah, you know what? Especially for the type of character Starfire is, I think pink. Let's go with like a hot pink color. Let's try that. So one thing I can do if it's kind of similar to color mixing if you like paint or anything like that. There are like these color codes you can get when you do digital art. And I don't think it'll show you on the screen, but if I like double click one of these little color squares I have over here, then I can put in the code and it'll give me the color. So I just typed in online um hot pink color hex and I think it's FF69B4 and it'll give me this kind of hot pink color. So if you see it like over here to the left, let me see. I'm trying to see where I put the hair. Yeah, this will be like the front part of the hair. And we're just gonna test and see how that looks for right now. So I'm gonna set this to a reference layer. And I know you probably don't know what that means, but just it'll help me like fill in this whole area. Now this is definitely too pink, but let me see. If I darken it, that's a little bit better, but I think it's still a little too pink. Maybe if I like went a little bit more red, I think that'd help. But I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, blending with like paint and stuff. When did I say that? But no, bl- blending with like paints and stuff is like really fun. The only thing with like paint blending is like you could blend two different colors and you'll think they'll give you one color. They'll give you an entirely different color. It's really weird. I genuinely don't know what color to use for this hair. Pink and orange. That might be interesting. Let me see if I can go back with that pink I had earlier. Yeah, let me get this pink. And then I'm just going to start a new layer. Control. This is one thing I like about drawing on the live streams is that like when people actually like pop in and give suggestions, it helps a lot. It helps so much. But yeah, let's go with this pink. And then I'm trying to do math on this color wheel. Let's go up like ooh, let's go like 90 degrees. So that'd be like 60 on this color wheel. That's way too much. Let's go with 30. Hold on. I'm trying to get like right at the 30. Okay, there we go. And then I'm gonna start a new layer. I don't that might be too bright of an orange, but it might I don't know. Something about this just feels like it fits Starfire though. But let me lower the transparency a bit to like 50. And then I'm gonna just get the mixture of both of these colors and see how it looks in her hair. Hopefully it looks halfway decent, so I ain't got to keep trying. But it might not. So fingers crossed. And let's select these areas again. Okay, see that I feel like that's a decent color, but it's pale. It's very pale. Let's move it around a little bit. Hmm, I could cheat and just bring in, let's see, reddish orange. Yeah, let's try a different orange actually, or better. Let's try a different orange. Yeah. So let's go about like 15 more degrees. All right. And I'm gonna just change out this orange right here. And that's definitely more red. I get like, see, this is gonna be okay. I think you so red and orange, I think is probably what you were getting at, and I just wasn't paying attention. But I'm gonna see how this looks anyway. I mean, actually, this don't look too bad. I'm gonna save this one. I'm gonna like turn it. Wait. Or no, is this the same? I'm confused. I don't know what I just did. Okay, I know what I didn't do. Put it in the right layer. Let me try that again. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. But yeah, this pinkish hair right here actually isn't looking too bad. Like now that I look at it, but let me see. A little bit more red. Let me go back to this orange actually. I really just confused myself. I'm not gonna lie to you, but trying to get more of a red color. Um, I'm really trying to. You know what? This is bothering me. So what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do is like just use what's there for right now, and then I'll go with like the rest of the colors so that I don't have to like stress about it right now. Matter of fact, I'm trying to. If I go with this orange, I'm really just confused myself. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's go with. I'll just use this color. Let me see, and I'm gonna do the back of the hair right quick. I try not to overthink too much, cause then if I don't, I'll be here all day. So this will be like the background red. It'll look weird because for whatever reason I put it in front of the body. So let me put it behind the rest of the body. And then freak, I forgot. I keep losing my train of thought. But yeah, also I had the brightness up pretty high. So let me use the same orange I used earlier. Let me hit the I button. I'm gonna put this back at like 30. And I'm gonna try to use this for her skin because she's got kind of like a orangey kind of skin complexion. I don't want to be too like this isn't Ahsoka Tano or anything, but yeah, I it's I, it doesn't look the best. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll fix it, but again, I don't want to spend too long on it. And plus, if I like go with the rest of the colors, then that'll help me to get a feel for how I should do the hair. So let's go. I forgot what I was doing with the skin. Let's try this out for the skin. Oh my gosh, where's her head? Okay, here we go. No, that's the eyebrow. You could tell how disorganized I am. I'm not gonna lie. But okay, yeah, this is the face. So let me bring up that brightness and I'm going to do a new layer and I'm gonna just fill that in. Okay, the skin looks a little. I'm not sure how I feel about the skin. It's like with the hair and the skin, she kind of looks like strawberry shortcake a little bit, and I don't like that. So, all right, let's since I'm halfway feeling the hair, let's go and make the hair just. We said red orange, right? Let me move this up to like 15 degrees, and then I'm gonna keep forgetting where I put everything, but I'm gonna go right to like the hair and then see how that orange looks. See, I like the orange better, but it's still not red enough. Let's try something. And then this is like, I feel like this is a little bit better, like, but I feel like it's way too bright of a red. I feel like her red should be bright, but I feel like this is way too bright. Let me move it down a little bit. If I can't find it in a little bit, I'm gonna like legit look up like different colors of red. Red, orange, pink. What if we do because certain versions of Starfire has like highlights. What if we did like red? This is gonna be a headache. This is gonna genuinely be a headache. But red, orange, pink. I don't even know how I'd get that color. I'm not gonna lie to you. But let's try it. Because if I go with like a pink, this is okay. Let's try some pink highlights actually. So trying to see where I put the like back of the hair. Okay, so let me turn up the brightness of this right quick. And I'm going to. This is the part where I just can't even pretend that I know what I'm doing anymore. It's like I really can't. Um, Let me go. Hold on. I'm gonna just see how this looks if I go on this layer and just highlight it pink. Yeah, that ain't helping. That ain't helping either. This red is gonna kill me. But okay, I think the red orange is kind of like in a decent ballpark. I feel like it's somewhere between this red and then like this kind of orange, or maybe it's not orange enough actually. I think that might be the problem. So let's make it, and it's also, let me see something. I'm genuinely trying to like figure out. Okay, see, that's a little bit better. I feel like I feel like that's a little bit better. Let me know how we looking. Also got to do this for the back of it. Well, see, well, yeah, I got the skin down right now for right now. So let me do the back of the hair. And if I don't like it, I'll just fix it as I go along. But yeah, let's go with this. I think the orange is kind of helping. I do think it'll probably need like some pink and light pink. Yeah, I think the pink would help. So I think I have a good idea on how to do it too. Maybe a kind of bright red. I got an idea. Let's see. Let me turn this back up. So it's very orange, but let's try some. So there's this thing you can do. Oh, geez, this looks horrendous. But you can kind of set different colors on this. This is called a gradient, and it's basically I'm I'm gonna just assume you know what gradients are in art. I'm not trying to be any like condescending or anything like that, but you can kind of use it in a similar way here, and you can make it go from like one color to the next, if that makes sense. That is not what I meant to do. Give me a sec. I gotta like restart this gradient. Okay, so what did I just do? Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna start it with like this orange that she has right here, and then let's try a red and a pink. Give me one second. I gotta like set it up. So we're gonna put like a red here, and then like maybe a pink at the end. I'm trying to see like what the pink was that I had earlier. Let me take this right quick. All right, and then I can. What did I do? Oh, thank God. I thought I I was like, what did I do? Okay. So I'm gonna put one more gradient color over here, and then I'm gonna set it to like that pink. And let's see how that looks. So I'm gonna start a new layer, and then I'm just gonna go like this. See, now it has like this kind of highlight to it. It has like all three colors, and it kind of makes her seem a bit more like an like otherworldly, like kind of majestic that her hair's like three different colors. I don't know how I feel about it right now. I think once I color in like the torso, it'll look a little bit better. Also, I need to put it on like the front part of the hair too. So let me do that right quick. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I kind of like how that's working. Yeah, let me control S this right quick. It can probably be done a little bit better, but for right now, I think that yeah, okay, cool, cool. Okay, so we're in agreement. Good. Now, there's something else. Let me hit control S. This is why it's good to like know this software because I swear, I swear I'm like halfway making this up as I go. But we've got her hair down for the most part, and now the skin. I feel like the skin is a little bit pale. Let's make her a little bit more orangey. It might be me also. I don't know if I'm tripping on that. If her skin is like fine how it is, but I feel like her skin in the show is a little bit. Yeah, it is. There's so much that you can do with digital art, but that's also the downside. There's like so much. Because if you were to like get some colored pencils, you could just make three different colors. But you, yeah, I agree. It's a lot to learn and a lot to like not mess up. So fair enough. But when, like I said, when it comes to like animating characters, if you did animation in a traditional way, you'd be doing it for hours. Yeah, her skin is definitely like got some orange to it. So now the problem is I forgot where I put the layer for her skin. But okay, here we go. So let me label this so I don't get confused. All right, and then I'm gonna lock these layers and then just make her a little bit more orange. I think that's a bit better. I gotta like color in her eyes and everything, but yeah, I think that's a lot better. I'm gonna I'm like walking a very tight rope of like not losing where I put everything. But Let me see. That's her hair. Okay, yeah, yeah, because this the head layer. Okay, go ahead. What's the English question? I'll try to help as best as I can. Also, if you told me you didn't speak English, I'd be very surprised. Or no, I don't think I phrased that right, but yeah, your English is great. Yeah, I your English is just as good, if not better than mine. So you could have fooled me if you told me English wasn't your first language. So let me see. I'm gonna use the same kind of orange and make like a off-white for the eyes. And the reason I do that, I'll explain in a second, if I can even find where I put the eyes. These are the eyebrows. Oh my gosh, I like. Oh wait, no, here we go. Here we go. I mean, I think the English is actually great. Okay, and also, in yeah, 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 yeah. Not like since you told me you were like from Lebanon and everything, I pretty much figured English wasn't your first language. I was more so surprised that you were like speaking English so well, actually. But um, a lot of in terms of like English, a lot of people that speak English maybe speak with like slang, or they might have like a certain something to their accent. Especially like I said, I'm like from the South. A lot of Southern people have a certain accent to them. So compared to the average American English speaker, you're really good. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so let me go with like a 10 on this color wheel. And I kept turning off the layers because I forgot where her pupils are. Okay, I see. I think. So I'm gonna just test out to see one if I got like the right eye. Okay, so here's the white of that eye, and there's the pupil, and then there's the other eye. Okay. I'm trying my best to like be able to talk and then do this at the same time, which I'm doing a pretty good job. But half the time, I just like zone out. No, yeah, your English is great. Okay, so I think the hair is looking nice. The skin is looking a lot better. I have to kind of get one of these color reds and put it in the eyebrows. So yeah, those are the eyes, and then yeah, these are the eyebrows. So let me fill these in. I think that looks good. Yeah, I was explaining earlier, one thing I like to do with the eyes is make them a little off white. So, for instance, say if I go to like Cyborg, there's a little bit like gray in the eye, but then I can put this like white highlight. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. I forgot her eyes are green. Okay. Okay. I completely forgot about that. And then I was like excited to do the green eyes, and then I just forgot they're green. Give me a sec. Let me think about how I'm gonna do this because I can. This is gonna be weird, but like bear with me. I'm gonna like change the hair right quick because I want to see something. Okay, so there's like this kind of greenish tint at the bottom. That's not green enough. Cause like a lot of the time, if I like flip the colors, it'll give me the opposite color. And I was hoping it would give me like a green color, but it didn't. So I will just pick one of these colors in her hair and then just spin this color wheel. until I get to like a lime green. Yeah, it's about 11 on the color wheel. I'll go to like I think 110 or like 100 is right at about a lime green color. So now I gotta go back and find her eyes again. I'm like extra disorganized today. I'm so sorry. Because I like forgot where everything is. But okay, let me put these in a separate layer because this is confusing me. So there's the head. These are, I'm gonna call these the eyes. Okay, so, and then let me also just merge these layers because they're like in two completely separate. Yeah, I I don't know what I just did. Oh my gosh, I hate it here. But yeah, light yellow. You talking about in the eyes or like the skin? Let me see. I'm going to go ahead because hold on a sec. That is not. I'm really confusing myself today. Okay, so I just had to put that right there because I need to like switch these colors a little bit. So for the white of her eyes, I'm gonna make it like a really light yellow. Yeah, so there's one, and I'm just gonna like fill that in. I think that's a decent like start to the eyes. All right. Yeah, yeah, I think that works. Yeah, a slight yellow. Let's see how that looks actually. So if I go back down this color wheel a little bit to like say 75. Let me merge these layers while I'm at it. Okay, that is not what I wanted to do. The slight yellow. Hold on. Cause okay, here's the like normal green, and then here's like the slight yellow. I don't know if that like helped at all, but I think it does though. It kind of goes with the red a little bit more too. I'll leave it like that for right now, and then I'll use this green and like fill in the eyes. I keep turning these off because I like put them in the wrong spot. So just bear with me. Okay, I'm gonna put these together, and that'll make life easier for me. Okay, so I'm gonna fill in these eyes right quick. Okay, there's those. Those are a very bright green. So let me see something. This is 75. I'm gonna bring this down and make it a little bit more yellow. It's because there's so much to it. I swear, like it's kind of like a it's kind of like a building block. You like learn as you go along, but it's a lot. Oh my gosh, I hate it here. It's a lot. See, now that they're more yellow, I like I like the other green that I had. I think um the yellowish whites of the eyes are kind of working, but I think the more greenish eyes, like pupils, are also working well. Let me know. I'll leave them like that for right now, but yeah, let me hit Control S to save right quick. So we're the face is like there for right now. It's okay. It's not that keep this green. Okay, cool. It's really not as bad as I'm like making it. It's just that I'm doing a lot of complicated things with it. Cause really, you can just draw one picture with. I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty complicated. I'm gonna just stop. Just stick with traditional. Like if you truly want to learn digital, like please learn digital. It's 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 good to know both. I'll just put it like that. No, you're definitely helping. Like if you didn't put in like inputs, I probably wouldn't even be done with the hair right now. So you're definitely helping. Again, that's why I like people hopping into the stream because a lot of the time the suggestions help me a lot because you're only one person, but just just having another set of eyes definitely helps. Okay, so now I'm gonna do like the neck, and I don't have to do much for that. I low key lost my train of thought, but yeah, I'm gonna get the skin and just fill in um the little part where it connects to her like suit or whatever. And then I need like a grayish color for this actual like metal portion. I might not do that right now though. I need to come up with like a purple. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna go back to the hair right quick and do what I did earlier. See, that doesn't give me a purple though. What if I go back to the eyes? I keep forgetting where I put everything. But yeah, let me see. Yes. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so what's good about that is that it's let me see. I'm trying to think. If you want to like drop your Instagram or if you have like an Instagram or something to where I like can see the art, that'd be great. Or just something where I could like follow you or something like that. It doesn't have to be like for the stream or anything like that. I don't know, we'll figure it out. But I definitely love to see your art. But yeah, I got the opposite color of this green and it gave me a purple. How that works, I don't know. I guess because the green is like a yellowish green, it gave me that purple, but how am I gonna do this? Okay, so I'm gonna fill in like the clothes and stuff with this purple. Hey, if you're not comfortable with that, and then you ain't gotta like share with the class or anything like that. But even if I don't know, I'm sure we'll figure out some way for you to share your art. I keep forgetting what I'm doing. Okay, so yeah, I'm on the torso, and I got parts that aren't connected. I swear this isn't as complicated as I make it out to be. But matter of fact, how did I even? Okay, I got an idea. I gotta like see where I put everything. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Okay, yeah, here's the skirt. Put this in a separate layer. Okay, and now I'm gonna try out this purple right quick. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. No, my brain keeps freezing too. I'm surprised I can talk and draw as well as I've been doing today. It's a chore, not a chore, but like it can be difficult. Let's see, especially when I'm talking, I'm probably distracting you too. But let me go to one of the legs, and then I'm gonna use that same purple. Oh, thank God! I thought I did something wrong. I mean, I put this in the wrong layer, but okay, here we go. I didn't name this. Okay, so I'm gonna do a new layer, and then I'm gonna just color this in, and voila. And I'll probably make a like slightly darker version of this purple, or maybe not. I'll just leave that until I get like the metallic kind of color. And then I'm gonna go back to the torso and just fill that in with purple. Okay, so I gotta like put some of these parts together actually. Okay, so that should be filled in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. I had to take out the other leg because like I needed to work on this one so I could just like copy it after I'm done. So the leg's gone for like for right now. But it'll be back. I swear I'll put it back. Okay, my bad. I had to like figure out stuff. All right, I'm gonna fill in this section with that purple, and then I'm gonna go back and select her skin, and I'm gonna fill that in too. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So now I got the. Shit. I mean, technically, Cyborg is missing a lot of limbs, so she's not as bad off as Cyborg. I'm sure Cyborg could fix her. When hit Control S, and then the arm. I'm gonna bring the arm up in front, and I'm gonna turn up the opacity. This is the left arm. Actually, I need both arms because they're technically two different pieces. Okay. All right, here's the skin, and I'm gonna just fill that in the arms. I picked the wrong arm. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's that. That's filled in. I know it looks a little weird because of like where I put the arms, but once I like have it all together, it'll look fine. Yeah, this is why I said like the coloring part is like one of the quicker part. Like once I figure out the colors, it's not that hard, but figuring out the colors is pretty hard. So let me go back and put the arms behind the rest of the body. And now I have to fill in like the fleshy part of the leg because I forgot to do that. But give me a sec. Okay. I think this is looking great so far too. I think the colors are really working. Let me hit Control S. Yeah, thanks. See, you helped a lot because some of these colors I genuinely wouldn't have come up with. So I need to pick a kind of gray color. So I'm gonna make this easier on myself and just get this purple and make like a try to make like a grayish color out of this purple. Something like this right here. Yeah, that should about work. And I'm gonna see how that looks. Let me see where I put the skirt. Okay, wrong thing. All right, so I feel like that needs to be a little bit lighter. I could put some highlights over it. That might work, but I'm probably gonna have to make it a little bit lighter. So let me see something like this. Well, actually, okay, I did too much right there, but I think the highlights are kind of working right here. Let me just kind of bring it in like that. Yeah, yeah, thanks. I think it's working. Yeah. Hold on. I might be doing too much right there. Yeah, I'm definitely doing too much right there. I feel like just a little ring right here would do it. I think that works. I think that genuinely works. An arc, like what I just did, or like a little bit different. Let me see. I'll leave that right there for right now. I'm gonna label this gray so I can remember. Or wait, no. This is the highlight. I'm gonna call this HL, and then the one below it, I'm gonna call it gray. All right, so we got like this metallic color. All right. See, great minds think alike. I like that. Okay, so now I'm gonna do like this top portion of like the chest, wherever I put it at. Okay, here's the torso. See, half of this I'm making harder on myself because I'm like not labeling things correctly. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let me select this, and then I'm gonna fill this in just all around across the board. And it's also gonna be that gray kind of color. There's a few things that I need to do before I continue actually, because it's very much overlapping, and I don't want that. Let me see. So I'm just gonna like clean up some of these areas where they like overlap. Matter of fact, hold on. Because in case I make like a different version of this to where I need to take this metal plate off, I'm gonna have it there for later. So I don't like mess it up. But now I can like take these off and just erase these lines. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Oh, I gotta figure out what color I want to make this star. I also feel like the star should be higher up. I probably I probably shouldn't have colored it like that so fast, but that's not too big of an issue. Let me try this right quick. Hold on. I also need to turn off like that sketch layer that I have in the background because it looks weird. So yeah, let me move the star up a little. I don't know why it did that. Yeah, digital art is definitely complicated. I take back everything I said, but we're gonna move this up to like right here, and then I'll go back and fill in this gray. Yeah, right about there. And then yeah, this is the gray. So I'll just take that and just fill it in a little bit. And yeah. Oh, the star should be slightly bigger. Okay, I got you. That makes sense. That makes sense actually. Let me select this star. I probably zoomed out a little too far, but uh still too small, right? Let me try this again. Oh my gosh, what did I do? Hold on a sec. Okay, so now I'm gonna do that again. I do like cats. They aren't like my favorite animal, but I do like cats. There's like any house pets I'm pretty fond of. So like I don't have any cats like myself, but my sister does have a cat though. And I have a couple friends who have cats. All right. I don't know what I just did. What did I? Oh my gosh. I think I moved the colors up by mistake. I messed something up really badly, and I don't know what I just did. Let me move this stuff. Okay, this is how it was a second ago. So I'm gonna delete this star and then put the. Is this how I had it a second ago? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Is there like a particular kind of cat you're getting? I don't know like all the different like breeds of like cats and dogs and things like that, but I know some people have like certain breeds of animals they like to get. Let me see something. Okay, there we go. I had to turn off like the sketches. But yeah, now I gotta do like some highlights along the top. So I'm gonna get this same whatever color this was that I used on the belt. Persian doll face. Let me look that up right quick. Persian doll face. Ah, this I feel like I've seen. Didn't they have like I don't know if you ever seen like Stuart Little, but didn't they have like a cat similar to this in Stuart Little? I think they had it in that movie. Let me see. Forgot what I was doing. Okay, there's the star. Here's like the chest plate. Let me label this stuff because I this is what's really killing me. Okay, so how do I want to handle this? I'm gonna just do a new layer, type in highlight, and then I'm gonna just draw the highlights. Yeah, above this. And so there's a certain button you can hit. I know I probably scared you off from digital art, but there's a button you can hit and it'll have it so that wherever you color in, it'll stay over the other color. So if I try to go outside of this gray, it won't let me. It won't let me like go anywhere else but this gray. So, but yeah, I'm gonna just do a couple highlights along the top portions. I feel like this isn't the best way to do it. Like something's off. Let me see. I'll kind of do it like this. Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit better. I feel like it would also help if I filled in the star a bit too. Also, I'm not the best with drawing highlights. That's that's what really gets me. Like I kind of just improvise, but it's like I know that's not like a lot of the time it's not how lighting works. But it looks decent. It fits my style. So I think I need to make it come like down a little bit more here, but I think that's halfway decent. Yeah, it looks kind of off, right? I don't know what it is. Like it's getting there, but it doesn't look as good as like the belt. Maybe if I did like this. I don't know. I feel like that's making it worse. I feel like that's genuinely making it worse. Well, no, I feel like if the star was matter of fact, let me see. Cause that's and then this is the star. So let me just temporarily fill in the star. And I'll just have it like that purple color. I feel like the red or the green would probably fit better on the star. Why did I do that? Okay. I definitely like the red better. But let me see how the green looks. Something's missing. Yeah, that's the hard part. I can't always. I kind of like the green. I kind of like the green. Yellow? Yellow might work actually. Let me or white. Hmm. Let me see. Let me see how this looks right quick. You know what? I think that's a lot better. So I might use the same kind of off-white. Yeah, I'm gonna use that same off-white she's got in like the eyes. I think that works. All right, cool, cool. I think I do like the whiter color though, because it's different from like the rest of the fit, and it also just looks different. I'm definitely gonna have to like clean up these highlights and stuff. I'll probably worry about that more towards the end though, because it's probably gonna bother me if I like keep trying to get it right now. So let me save this again right quick. And then I gotta do like the metal parts of like the hands and stuff. But she's getting there. She's close to done. Okay, I also have yeah, I gotta do the metal right here, and like here. So I think the colors are working really well though. Okay, so there's the torso. Let me get her arm. That's the left arm. That's the right arm. Okay. An arc with it. You talking about on the little chest plate or let me see. Yeah, let me get the highlights right quick and then just try to clean this up a little bit. I'm trying to think like because I should probably get this I think the neck. Let me try something with the neck as well. Because I think that's also part of what's throwing it off. Okay, cool. Yeah, oh wait, did I not? Oh, I didn't fill in that part. Okay. So yeah, this is like the same. Hold on. This is like the same color, but like I don't even know how to explain it without showing it. But yeah, this was like not colored in technically, and that's not like a huge problem, but that would have bothered me. So I'm gonna like let me see if I could do this. See, now it kind of like the neck should kind of be done. Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Because let me see. I might leave the neck how it is though, because you can darken that in the animation software, I think. So it'd probably be better if I did it there and just leave it like a flat color here. Which I could also give highlights in the software if I'm not mistaken, but I still like giving the highlights on here though, but I'll leave the neck alone for right now. I forgot what else I'm supposed to be doing, but the arm, that's the left arm, and that's the skin. Okay, so I'm gonna go above that darker lines. I'll hold on. I'll probably go back and add some shadows in a little bit, but I'm gonna just try to get these colors mapped out right quick. As a matter of fact, okay, there's one thing I didn't do. I forgot to like bring this metal part up like that. So Okay, so now we should be good for this. Yeah, so if I go and get the same gray color, fill that in, Control D. That already looks good. I really like that. She looks like a warrior. Like she's just as much of a warrior as the rest of the Teen Titans, but like the rest of the Teen Titans have more like battle ready kind of outfits, like kind of superhero fits. So I think this makes her look a little bit more intimidating. I think that's a good thing. Okay. I can't get. I mean, I appreciate you for like staying. I know it's like super late. What is it, like 4 or 5 or something there now? Now, I definitely appreciate you for chiming in. I'm close to done. Like I said, you'll probably pass out before I even get done with the live stream, but we're mostly finished. Anything else, I can kind of figure it out. But you've definitely been a great help. Let's see. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, the other arm. Well, actually, let me get this same little light color right here, and I think I might put it on this little band. Give me a sec. Oh, the metal. Yeah, the metal. Oh, it's 327. Yeah, that's that's kind of late. Well, hopefully, if you do like just fall straight to sleep, the live stream will still be there on like YouTube, and you can see all the like banter and everything we had. Again, thank you for showing up because a lot of the time I'm like here and maybe one or two people will pop up, but it's definitely helpful when people chime in. Yeah, it's actually Derek. Little Derek is kind of like a nickname. So like I go by Little D sometimes, but my actual name is Derek. Feel free to share your name in with the class if you like. You don't have to. All right. So yeah, we got some highlights along the ends here. Thanks, thanks. It's kind of a standard name over here, but it's it's not a bad name. I like my name. Okay, so we got this arm, and now I got to do the other arm. So let me put all this into a separate folder. Yeah, and that's the whole arm. And now I got to do the left arm. I I might. I might. I'm decent with names. I'm bad at remembering names, but pronouncing them, I'm decent. It is a foreign name though, so I'm assuming. I doubt your name's like Sarah or anything like that, but all right. So I'm gonna take out some space for that, and then just turn that gray. Nah. All right. Well, you don't have to give the name. That's fine. I'll figure out something to refer to you as. Matter of fact, yeah. Is there anything you just want me to call you when you pop up? Not with Arab names. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know too many Arab names, and if I like had to think of some, I'm not sure how well I'd pronounce them. So you might be right on that one. Yeah, I'm just gonna give a few like highlights along this metal portion. Matter of fact, let me see something. That kind of works. I feel like I'm doing too much. E. That is not what I meant. Did I do them on the? Yep, I did them on the wrong part. Let me redo that. Yeah, just one clean highlight right there, and then maybe like one highlight up top. Let me control Z that. That's halfway decent. Yeah, and then there's some of this is stuff I could like clean up over the weekend. I just want the main. Yeah, I post my drawings. Well, I do, but like I've just kind of started back getting into art that I'm posting. But yeah, I do post the Insta. It's like the same name that I use on here. So little Derek.comics. But yeah, mostly I've been posting to YouTube recently. And then like I'll post like when I'm going to do a live stream on Instagram. That's usually how I've been doing it. Cause like I don't get as much interaction on Instagram nowadays. So yeah, let me fill in this part. There we go. Yeah, I have some decent art, some art that's not as good, but I have art on there. I have a few comics on there. I also have a webtoon that I post like comics to. Well, I was posting comics to. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I I made like a lot of different art and stuff. I'm really just trying to like figure stuff out right now, but definitely enjoying the streams. Not what I wanted to do. Okay, so we got the arms and stuff down. I'll probably change like the line weight on this metal. It's somewhat off looking, but I do like the asymmetry going on. All right, so now I'm gonna finish up the leg so I can do the other leg so this doesn't look as weird. Is my art okay or like the the comics or whatever? Or Starfire? There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Okay, now I gotta do the leg. Yeah, I might honestly. Let me see. What was I finna do? Honestly, after I finish the legs, I might do a couple touch ups, but I'll probably like because the character is mostly finished. I might call it after I do the legs. This will probably be a little bit quicker than the other streams because this is Starfire isn't as hard as the other characters. I mostly like drew her based off of how she actually is, so this one wasn't as hard. Cyborg was very hard. Raven was a little bit hard just for the fact that she was the first girl character model I did. Like I've drawn female characters before, but I haven't done like a character model. There have been like comics and things like that that I did, but like that was the first time I did a female character model. So that one was a little bit difficult for that, but I think my favorite one of these so far is Cyborg, though. Thank you. All right, now I'm gonna add a couple highlights, and then I'm gonna, flip the leg, and then we should be about good. Let's see. I'm gonna call this middle, and then go on with like a highlight. Yeah, I think I'll just go like right here. This is good. I think this needs to be a little bit thicker. Yeah, I think that's good. And if I like bring some in like right here. Oh, we got 100 messages. Nice, nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead. You can follow me on Instagram. That's fine. That's pretty much what it's there for, you know. All right, now I'm gonna duplicate this leg and just flip it. Oh wow, it did it like that. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let me do what? Well, just just because I'm gonna go above and then make one little. Hold on, I didn't finish off these eyes. Not these. Yeah, these. Yeah, I didn't feel in like the color of the eyelashes. All right. Yeah, let me fill in this right quick. I kind of like that. Mm, how else do I want to do this? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Then I'm gonna do. What is this layer? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just go up top with this and just put a highlight over the eyes. Yeah, I think this is looking great. I forgot what else I was supposed to be doing with this. Oh, wait, wait, wait. I know. Okay, so yeah, these are the green of the eyes. Let me put this behind here. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. And then let me put like a little bit of like black for like these. Are they irises? Is that what this is called? Yeah, let's color in whatever these are. Okay. So let me turn off. Hold on a sec. Okay, that's the hair. Okay, let's see. Okay, okay. So I think that should be like the sketches. I'm gonna try to just tighten up some stuff until my Lebanon friend comes back, and then after she come or they come back, never really specified the gender, but after they come back, I'll get ready to close out the stream. I think this is one of my better ones. All right, yeah, I was pretty much wrapping it up, and everything else I'll probably do like make some touch ups in a sec, but this is pretty much done. This is kind of the end result. Did I not say that? Oh, what did I say? Lebanon, Lebanese. My bad. My bad. um, but yeah, this is basically the end product. There's some stuff I'll probably clean up off stream. Okay, okay. Just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to assume or anything like that. But yeah, what are your final kind of closing thoughts on this? I'll give you a sec, but I did mean to draw the mouth. Okay, I forgot. I, okay, I forgot. I usually save the mouths for last because because when you're like animating them, the mouths are constantly gonna change. But I did mean to put it on there just for like presentation purposes. So let's see. I feel like she'd have like, nah, I don't like how that looks. Let me go with a smaller brush. That brush. Kind of like similar to that, and then have like, say, a little bit of pink over it. Like, give me a sec. Like maybe like this. I think that looks halfway decent. So, all right. So, how's the Starfire looking? Anything else? We got the mouth, and we got the basic outfit. Again, like everything else, I'll kind of clean up, but um, that's basically how she'll look until I like animate her and everything. So, yeah, this was probably one of the. Thank you so much. This is probably one of the best. Like, I think I still like the cyborg one better. Thank you so much. Like, I've been trying to find a way for me to do more drawings that people like can see, and I think this is a good way to do it. But yeah, I like cyborgs, and then I like hers. I'd say hers might actually look a little bit better, but I think I still do like how I did cyborgs better. But yeah, you helped me out a lot on this one. I really appreciate it, and just appreciate you staying up watching the stream. So I'll be here probably every week unless I just like give up one day. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of the stream. So let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and like save everything, but you're free to exit whenever you want to. I'm finna go ahead and call it quits. But yeah, thanks again for showing up. And yep, all right, I'll catch you in the